Good evening and welcome. Happy birthday to us. My camera's slightly misaligned. Welcome to GrowedUpGeek Gaming on our first birthday. We are here with an all-new campaign to celebrate our first anniversary of streaming. We are so thankful that we get to come together and do this, and I'm going to say it a million times. Thank you to everybody who's watched, to my group, and to my Tuesday players, because they were the first ones who agreed to do this. And nope, worse. Good enough. It means the world. We wouldn't have made it a year without them, and now we begin a second year with a whole new group and a third campaign, but a second night of campaigns here on the channel. We will go around. We will meet everybody's character real quick, a little bit about the people behind them. You'd recognize everybody from our previous Wednesday show, One Shot Wednesdays, and that's why they're here. They came around a lot. They had a lot of fun, and they hurt my brain. So I figured, why not put them all together and do this every single week? So anyway, like I said, I'm Manny at GrowedUpGeek on your social medias, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube. New videos uploaded Monday and Tuesday afternoons. And then you can catch us here live Tuesday and Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for Eberron Tranquility's Twilight and our brand new campaign that we begin tonight, Dynasty of Dragons. It's exactly what it sounds like, y'all. It is not overthinking the room. Before we get to all that, let us meet our amazing group of troublemaker. What we gave you guys like a title, right? Like shenanigans. No, it's something.
Chaos something.
Chaos, yes, Chaos Crew, yes.
Chaos Smiths, because there were so many of us that were Smiths.
That was it.
Yes. So this is what I've done to myself. Let us start on the far end, the bookend of the overlay, provided by our good friend Litza Bronwyn. She does great work. She's a good friend of the channel, and we appreciate her. So Litza, thank you for this amazing overlay for the show. Let's start with John. Give us a quick, the elevator pitch for your character.
It can't be an elevator pitch because he won't fit.
He won't fit. Commercial lift. Give us the commercial.
It has to be commercial, construction style lift. I'm going to be playing Basall Stonefist. He is a Furbolg cleric with a Forged Domain. Taking a definitive step away from what I normally play. If y'all have watched the shows I've been in, I tend to be barbarians and upfront, and bloodthirsty is a simple way to put it, and that is not. I am playing a pacifist almost, so we will see how this turns out.
You will only find out if you fuck around, but so much is basically how this is going to go. But you're big and you're tanky. I mean, bro, you're Forge Cleric, man, like tanky.
And a Furbolg, yeah. Literal definition of tank.
Yeah.
Large, armor plated.
I'm gonna have to literally drop a Tarrasque from the sky on you.
Don't do that.
Awesome.
Don't do that.
It's only 20d6 fall damage.
Absolutely do that.
We should definitely do that. He could take it.
All right. I mean,
have you seen his HP?
Look, I believe in character created campaigns, and now we're gonna. Okay, cool. Everybody act surprised when it happens, so please. All right. Sliding over to Nick. Tell us about Banquo.
Sure. Banquo the Bardlock is he considers himself a soldier scholar. He is a half drow who grew up in a cosmopolitan city under the Underdark. He likes to work as a sellsword / bounty hunter and use his pay to gain access to libraries, museums, universities, and private collections of rare magical knowledge and artifacts. He's trying to document them for various reasons, and is especially on the lookout for various forms of magic to study.
Various reasons. Got it. Not good reasons. Not natural reasons. Just a bunch.
They're so wholesome.
They're all over the place. There's just so many to list. Awesome. Next up are somebody who had a lot of fun creating this thing that you will see later in the campaign with kind of a homebrew thing that him and I worked on. I'm very proud of. Raz, tell us about Daemion, yeah?
That's just Daemion.
Daemion?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
he's an elf paladin warlock who returned one day to his hometown to find it had been mysteriously destroyed, and is now devoting most of his life to trying to figure out what happened, who's responsible, and hopefully avenge his family. And in the meantime, has been funding that search because nothing's free, with sort of a bounty hunter lifestyle, mercenary work, and it pays the bills. It's not a lot of money in revenge.
I don't know. Dread Pirate Roberts might disagree, but we'll see. All right, and let's move on to our last participants. A Bardlock in real life, by the way. Nick's just riffing on, just role-playing Robin. Robin, tell us about Tess.
Hi, I'm Robin, and I will be playing Tes'serana Whitlock, a half-drow, half-halfling, who is an artificer, alchemist artificer, and divination wizard multi-class, so very much stepping out of my bardic shoes to play an int caster for once. I will not be as smart as her, but she is essentially working with the Lords Alliance, working with the Lords Alliance to try and find improvements for people's lives and find some solutions in her own. Little bit of a frail little thing, and this campaign's going to be very interesting because of it.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is. Awesome. So that is our amazing cast. Like I said, they've been some of our most frequent and most fun one-shot players. So we decided to bring them all together, and this way I can keep an eye on them. This way they don't wander off and find new DMs. So I just had to lock you all down, play the Beyonce, put a ring on it or a campaign on it. So yeah. Once again, I'm Manny at GrowedUpGeek. I'm the host and dungeon master here. And once again, thanks to everybody who watched. Thanks to everybody who plays. Thanks to everybody who played with us at any point, or especially the ones who came in and DM'd and allowed me to play. It was just so great to be like on the other side with some of these great people who I get to DM for all the time. That is my absolute pleasure. But to play every once in a while, so everybody who allowed me to do that, I want to say thanks to you as well. With that said, everybody thanked. Everybody moving on. Let us begin our brand new campaign, Dynasty of Dragons, with Episode 1, Dynasty Discovered. 1,600 years have passed since the events of the Tyranny of Dragons, in which dragon cultists attempted to raise Tiamat from the layers of hell, and in the process brought devastation and destruction across the entire area known as the Forgotten Realms. In a rare act of solidarity amongst near every citizen of the Forgotten Realms, after the tyranny, the people rose up and decided that they would no longer live with the menace that are dragonkind. And in a grand unified army over many years of a campaign known as the Culling, eventually the free and good peoples of Faerun triumph and rid the world of dragons. And as such, in the 1,600 years that have followed, a peace is broken out. Not a peace amongst its people, or a peace amongst nations, or even amongst the races. The Underdark, the surface, the plains, none of that. But a peace of mind, knowing that the universes and the multiverses, one of their most efficient and intelligent apex predators, no longer threatened the everyday lives of every being in Faerun. The world has grown, time has passed, no living being has seen a dragon. And like most acts of history, out of sight, out of mind, facts become distorted, facts become forgotten. Eventually, an entire subculture develops in which history is not as it happened, but a mere conspiracy or a fabrication, a way of keeping obedience amongst the people, to show the strength of the peoples of Faerun, that they can rise up and destroy this mythical beast, resulting in the life you have, demonizing those who saved millions of lives for generations to only be relegated to myth and legend. And in this time, we find ourselves the essential present of the Forgotten Realms. And we begin in the town of High Moon. So, Daemion. It's late afternoon, and a known successful bounty hunter and adventurer finds himself amongst the quite diverse denizens of the capital of Deepingdale. It's late afternoon, the time the bounty board in the center of town begins filling up. Daemion, what are you doing around this time of day? And give us a good physical description.
Right. So Daemion is a slightly taller than average elf. Blonde hair, fair skin, clad entirely in an unusual set of plate armor, somewhat dark and thin. And generally speaking, when he's not on the job, he's usually either looking for another one, like at the bounty board, or hopefully sometimes tracking down a new lead on some information on what might have happened back home. He likes to stay in these bigger towns, cities, where he's more likely to find people that have that kind of information.
As you make your way to the bounty board, curious as to an easy mark or maybe somebody from a lead that you've been tracking down for quite a while. In the crowded kind of city square amongst all the other postings, standard adventure fare, farmhand work, the basics of how kind of that economy works. A silver-haired woman, indeterminate age, stands out amongst the hustle and bustle as the crowd moves and kind of goes about their existence. She seems to be standing just somehow in everybody's way, entirely at peace with it. And as you walk and scan, ever alert of pickpockets, thieves, or potentially a query that you have, when you make eye contact with her, it seems as if she knew exactly who you were and was staring right at you, waiting for you to make eye contact with her. As soon as that eye contact is made, she is moving with determination, bumping people out of the way, making no apologies, giving no regard for any other passerby. She stops short and with these icy blue eyes looks you square into the back of your skull and into your soul. Black Rose Knight, the Lord's Alliance, and most particularly Lady Gwendolyn, once again requires your services. You have quite the history of tracking persons and monsters. But what about objects?
Can't say it's a specialty, but unless the object is moving on its own, it must be escorted by someone or something that I could track. You're clearly no ordinary messenger.
I am not. I come on behalf of Lady Gwendolyn, who currently sits atop the Lord's Alliance. And this matter is quite grave, and she has sent me to gather past heroes and friends of the Alliance who can be trusted with freedom to solve problems, as well as the knowledge of when to be discreet. Are you such a person?
Yes, well, we've worked together before. These are no new terms to me.
I assure you, Lady Gwendolyn pays for the work she commissions. And I'll be honest, should you return, you will be quite well compensated from a trove of requests that someone as powerful as Lady Gwendolyn is capable of granting.
Well, whatever this request may be, it's clearly of some importance. If they would send someone like you rather than just a footman, at the very least, I'll hear her out.
Time is of the essence, Black Rose Knight. If you need anything, let us make preparations, and I shall take you to Lady Gwendolyn.
All right, I will get my steed.
She follows you to your home, or where you're staying.
I suppose, yeah.
Okay. She follows you, and when you turn back every once in a while to kind of, I guess, take measure perhaps, or just see if she's still following you, she seems to be looking in your eyes despite being behind you. The equivalent of where your eyes are, just burrowing into the back of your head, at times making you feel uncomfortable. But yet every time you turn around, stands there, almost blank expression, kind of curious as to why you've stopped. And as soon as you begin moving, she begins moving again.
You know, it's quite unsettling to have you following behind me like that. You could walk with me.
I mostly exist in the space of Lady Gwendolyn, and I don't get out much. I'm quite sorry. And still, just being who she is, just despite kind of acknowledging you and fully comprehending what you just discussed, still falling back behind you.
All right, suit yourself.
She bumps people, she steps in mud, she steps in front of like a horse, making zero regard for anybody other than, it would seem, you.
Very odd.
I'm sorry. I don't get out much. How much further? And you can see this peculiar person start to kind of maybe get a little nervous, a little fidgety with like the fingers on her robes, and just kind of, looking around, kind of aware for the first time.
Don't worry. Just here to fetch my pack and my mount, and we'll be off.
Good. This mount, is it a horse?
Yes, of a sort.
Okay. You can see her kind of eyes roll back in her head like she's thinking about something. Okay. Very well. Lead on.
All right, so I will continue onwards, just grab what I may need from the room I was staying in. Let the innkeep or what have you know that I'll be vacating. Get my horse.
You see, she doesn't follow you to your room. She stays in the main room. And when you make your way back into the main room, you can see her placing a very heavy-sounding coin purse on the bar in payment. And just as you come down the stairs, without even looking, you see her point as she puts the coin purse down, indicating that she's paying for you.
Shouldn't be flashing that much coin around.
I assure you, in the few times I do leave Lady Gwendolyn, I have yet to encounter any trouble I could not take care of.
You were nearly dispatched by a mud puddle on the way here.
My skill set is, how do we say, not physical per se as one such as yourselves.
If you say so.
Very well. We must get to Lady Gwendolyn. If you would touch your steed, we can get going.
Very well.
Put your hand on your steed. She puts her hand on your shoulder, creating a connected chain of living things. And as she does so, you see her bow her head, and you hear an incantation in a deep, guttural, death metal voice that once again perplexes you. And as it intensifies and grows in volume, you feel kind of warm. Everything kind of washes out white. And we will then cut to... In the Dalelands, we find Tess. It's late in the afternoon, and a lot of the shops you get your alchemy supplies from are about to close. Successful alchemist and adventurer, what would you be doing at this time of day? And give us a good physical description, please.
Tes'serana, and I love that everyone's already nicknamed her Tess, has a long white hair that's braided in the front to keep it out of her face. She doesn't really touch the back, both because mobility is a little bit hard for her and she just can't be bothered. Nice kind of detailed clothing, not too flashy, and walks with a cane. And her right arm is prosthetic, handcrafted. And at the moment, with the last of the shops that she needs, I had to think about that. As the last of the shops are closing, like she just kind of hustled out the door a couple minutes before the last one shut. She's got an armful of components, and behind her a little homunculus is kind of tottering underneath the weight of another flying behind her. She leans pretty heavily on the cane. Her eyes are yellow, and she stands, I believe I said it at 4'8", and just very bright and cheerful, despite, stumbling a little bit with the weight of what she's carrying, and a little bit of freckles smattering her face. So just on her way back to her workshop, every once in a while glancing, I didn't drop anything, making her way.
As you step out of the shop, this part of town, the vendors, this kind of informal market, not quite open air, but This is the time when everybody kind of shuts down, and the activity is much less kind of hectic than it is during the peak of the day when the fresh herbs and a lot of the kind of more perishable supplies arrive. And in all this hustle and bustle of people you're mostly familiar with, kind of the regulars or the more committed to the craft, standing completely still in the middle of the road as people awkwardly kind of not only glance her in the eye, but make a production about having to get out of her way as she stands just in everybody's, impeding everybody's progress. And stands there, and it appears as you make eye contact that she has been waiting for you to make eye contact with her, as if she knew exactly where you would be and has been looking for you and only you. She is a female woman, short blonde hair, somehow beautifully young, yet old and wise in feature of the face. And she begins to just make a beeline towards you, bumping into people, making no regard for anybody else's activity or what they're doing, and absolutely comes up and stops short in front of you. And as you lean heavily, your right hand, you said?
Right hand is the one holding the cane, okay. Yes.
Kind of puts both hands out to perhaps offer to take some of the things that you bought that you're carrying away, and maybe let you focus on walking.
As they make eye contact and she starts approaching, Tes'serana's cheeks darken a little bit darker purple, and kind of like looks around like all but doing the me. And you know, kind of keeps approaching, meets in the middle, and yeah, that I mean, I have a bit of a hike left. That's really nice for you, but I don't want to keep you too long.
I have come for you, Tes'serana. The Lords of Alliance, and most particularly Lady Gwendolyn, once again has a need for your services. You have quite the history of problem solving in your previous work. We know you to be a champion for the everyman. What we ask of you may indeed make you a champion of every one.
That's I hand the bag off to her and kind of continue walking beside her as we talk, if she's following.
She offers you, she'll take up on your left side and offers the kind of firm forearm for support if you would take it.
Yeah, I take the arm, kind of, now that I know this is business. Yeah, well, it sounds like a bit of a tall order, but yeah, what's the is it a bigger rollout? Are they looking for some improvements on a design, or?
We have, I worry of speaking out of turn without Lady Gwendolyn. We have a...
Do I recognize the name Gwendolyn?
Are you really kind of up on who's running the Lord's Alliance?
I try to keep track of, like, okay, this person is important, but I don't necessarily know why they're important.
Oh,
I know,
okay,
like,
yeah.
Who's
yes,
at the top of my chain?
You did time in the Lord's Alliance previous to your working with them. And you do recall several years ago somebody, Lady Gwendolyn, who people spoke very highly of and seemed to be like a mover and shaker, like somebody who could get things done, not the kind of lazy, self-entitled aristocrat who just kind of sits atop or on the Lord's Alliance and, does fuck all, but really out there trying to help the people and using her power and her reach to do what she could at the time. The name rings a bell, and then now, this many years later, it probably doesn't surprise you that she would be the head of the Lord's Alliance.
Okay, gotcha.
We have a city in need, and an entire city. And first time she seems kind of aware of your collective surroundings. She's not in her own little world. I wish not speak of it in front of others. It's a very.
I have a workshop. That's where I'm headed. It's still about a half mile out, but it's about as private as I can make it with curious neighbors.
Hold on. And you see her step back, kind of assess your kind of frailty. I have just the thing for that, dear. You need not struggle, but I would appreciate if we could be on our way. We don't want to make Lady Gwendolyn wait. This matter is quite dire, and she needs it addressed as quickly as possible.
All right. I have some things I need to gather for the road. Kind of seems to wilt a little bit as this woman mentions like struggling. It's just, this is her day to day. She's used to it, and kind of having that reference is like, oh, okay, I thought you were pretty, but now I feel like embarrassed. But yeah, I need to gather some things and just let my parents know that I'll be out of town so they can watch the place. But yeah, how quickly do we need to move?
As soon as you're ready, Lady Gwendolyn is waiting.
All right. Tes'serana like picks up the pace a little bit. Homunculus flies on ahead as quickly as it can under its burden, and ahead of, like, she kind of, as it flies by, whispers to, like, hey, get this and this ready, so that we can head out as soon as we get in the door.
She walks by your side, the firm forearm ever offered, as long as you'll take it. And this, proud, confident, quick stride of what appears to be somebody who's socially awkward, probably at best, potentially socially inept at worst, maybe more realistic. And for the first time, there seems to be a connection and like an empathy, and not just this very committed being on a, out to achieve a goal, as they help, and you even see them kind of pushing people out of the way that may bump into the two of you as you make your way.
Neighbors.
As you make your way through town. Well, like I said, socially inept.
Kind of mouthing like a
socially inept, at the positive end. So we'll call it that. She don't know your
doing
neighbors.
Her best.
Yeah, she don't know your neighbors.
Like, sorry, the cake was lovely, thank you.
Move. Pushing people out of the way. Go away. Oh, sorry.
Just purple comes all back up in the face.
Yes. I can't promise how long we'll be gone for, but I assure you, as soon as the task is resolved to Lady Gwendolyn's satisfaction, I will return you here as quickly as possible. I promise. I don't want to displace you from your life, and wouldn't otherwise, but the matters at hand are quite serious.
Jobs on the road are kind of getting to be the norm. It's not a problem. I'm happy to help. I didn't catch your name, Lady.
Shit.
Really?
I
Lady Shit.
She's foreign, all right? Like, don't make fun of other people's naming customs.
I think it's pronounced sheep.
Hold on.
Classic DM.
Hold on.
Stumbling.
I've had just the hell of a day, y'all. But I will have it for you in 1 second.
You did tell me you wanted abuse from players.
Yes, I know. But I was hoping for like collective, like creative abuse, not like what's this NPC's name?
She's been talking to me for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, my threat. Ed already talked to somebody else. My threshold for abuse is a lot lower today.
I'll be gentle.
I am just Harold. Like the profession. Like the profession.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm even more embarrassed that I didn't know that. Because she didn't even have a name. She got a job title. And I couldn't even fucking get that right.
It's like the Shrek meme, like they don't even have dental, but she doesn't even have a name. Like, she needs to join a union.
Yeah. Yeah. At least fight for your rights to have your own name instead of just your job title. And she
don't even have a name tag.
Just a badge, piece of white paper, black old English script, Harold.
In Sharpie.
Backwards
The
E.
old Sharpette.
Backwards E. Yeah, my daughter wrote this, alright? Fuck off. And she stands there very politely, but as you come to your front door, it goes from kind of companion to protector. That as you go inside, she spins very quickly out, and for the first time, instead of just this kind of blinders laser focus of what's in front of her, you see her scanning the surroundings, looking for anything that might catch her eye, but really attentive and aware of a much bigger kind of bubble than you've seen.
Hand on the door, I kind of turn back to her. We're not exactly in Waterdeep. My neighbors aren't really the sketchy sort. And I'll only be a minute.
Very good. It's not your neighbors I'm concerned about. And she doesn't even turn to look at you, but just talks to you matter of fact as she just militantly, almost with like a militaristic precision, just scanning back and forth.
I duck inside and kind of help the homunculus put the last couple things where they need to be. Like, all right, this is gonna spoil if I don't bring it on the road with me, etc. It's already kind of started packing some of this stuff, so it only takes me a little bit. I'm kind of used to the late notice trips by now, so there's a go bag, more or less.
As you come back outside, you see her still in her pattern of scanning. She once again doesn't turn around as the door opens and you can be heard coming out of the door. Are you ready to go, Tes'serana?
I can send my parents a message on the road. Actually, let me just. She pulls out like a quick notebook, writes a little piece of paper out, and hands it to the homunculus to fly off to the nearby farmhouse, a half or a quarter mile away. Yeah. I can get word to them a little bit more detailed on the road.
If you like, I can send for your homunculus upon our arrival.
Oh, that's actually really easy to make. He'll fade out after a few days, and then I can just make another one on the road. I have the tools.
We overlap in a few ways, Tes'serana, but I have zero understanding of what you do.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, right, I get it. She puts her hand on your shoulder, bows her head, and what starts as an incantation, you would clearly recognize it with your wizard background and kind of skill set as the chanting of a spell. And as she continues, it sounds very much like the teleportation spell. And the odd thing is that this woman of odd social ability speaks with this guttural, deep voice in a language that you seem to understand despite Harold's arcane abilities being much above your own. You have overlap, but you recognize just a great power. And as she does so, you get slightly warm and everything kind of whites out. And just before it does, you hear her ask, "Oh, by the way, how's your father doing?" And then we will cut. Oops, that's you again.
Ominous.
And we will cut to the docks of Luskan, a known pirate haven where rumors of treasures and bounties are plentiful. It's late afternoon at the docks, where the sailors gather to trade tales, some true, some less so, show off their wares and their plunder from a successful pirating day. What would a lore bard be doing in the late afternoon of Luskan? And Banquo, what do you look like? You're muted, buddy.
Yeah, so by this time he would have finished with whatever research he'd been doing for the day, maybe visiting a bookshop or library, and he'd probably just be out and about looking for a place to get a bite to eat before heading back to his rented long-term room.
As you kind of casually make your way through, you're quite charming. You tell a good story. You know a lot of things that some of the kind of less educated sailors do, so they come to you for, to you, kind of relatively easy questions, but you tell them in answers that just fascinate them. And as you kind of make your way through this less than desirable part of Luskan, the docks, some of the more seedy bars, some of the deeper black markets of stolen goods or worse, in an area where people try their best to not be noticed, to move quickly, head down, dark clothes, blend in. Standing in the middle of this dark alley, not even that you're going down, but you're going this way, this alley that looks at you from your left. This woman, short blonde hair and bright white robes, stands there in this muddy, dirty alley in what would be ankle-deep water, but somehow does not appear wet and does not appear dirty. And as you make your way past, do you try to keep going, or do you just go, hey, what the...
Yeah, I recognize when something strange is afoot, and that's kind of what I always like to dig my toes into, try to find out what's going on. So, yeah, if I saw something that out of the ordinary, I'd stop and see what's what.
As you kind of turn, head down the alley, you step in this, the mud that collects in the middle of the street where the path is best tread, and even to you, at points the puddles and the mud are deeper than your ankles, almost to the top of your boot, in one particularly really deep wagon wheel rut. And she stands there, hyper focused, utterly determined waiting for you. Hands crossed in front of her. Eyes glued to yours as you make your way to her.
If I recognize that she's waiting for me and not just standing there, I would say, having been contacted in dark alleys many times, am I the one you're looking for?
I am. Or you are. You are. The Lord's Alliance and Lady Gwendolyn in particular has a need for your services once again. We are aware of your proclivity for artifacts, knowledge, and history. And while people in my position, or somebody such as yourself, may have heard this many times, most likely out of foolhardiness, we come to you at this time with the opportunity to make history and to make sure that our history is known and is not in dispute.
Well, I'm never one to turn down an opportunity that, for the Lord's Alliance, I know y'all pay well, good benefits and all that. Where do we start?
We must leave as soon as you are ready. And you can see her kind of look to the sky to track the sun. And while it's quite obvious that it's late afternoon based on the activity of the city, also the positioning of the sun, any traveler, anybody of great power could easily determine that. Most commoners could determine that. But as she looks up, hey, who'd you give the sub to? Oh, sweet. Robin, thank you for the gifted sub. Welcome, Unlikely Hades 547. Not a likely Hades, an unlikely one. Unlike Hades. Oh, that's good. What was that? Shit, where was I?
She's looking at the sun up through the alley.
You can tell that it's more than just the kind of cursory glance that any person could do. That the way she seems to be looking and kind of putting an arm up and giving herself some kind of perspective for distance, it looks like she's measuring it pretty precisely.
I just need to stop. I assume this isn't going to be a simple counseling or referral, or need me to give an answer. This sounds like this is going to be more of the tough work. So I just need to go collect my things, and then I'll be ready to go.
Very, very well. I will follow. And as she steps out of what you know to be muddy, you just walk through it. You hear no splashing, and even the parts of the bottoms of her robe that clearly are making their way through the muddy water and the uneven dirt of this back alley in the docks of Luskin. She remains clean and almost appears as if to not have the kind of normal sway and gait of somebody walking, but somebody who appears to be standing still while a trolley is pulled underneath them, just effortlessly moving. As such, she seems somewhat unaware of the concept of other people trying to go about their existence. Is constantly bumping into them, making no apologies, and just continues on, still ever focused on you.
While I will walk swiftly through the crowd, I'll also stop at some point to purchase, I don't know, a bread product or something, just a bite on the road. But otherwise, let's go ahead.
She hands to the vendor a very large bag of coin. The Lord's Alliance would like to begin its payments with a living stipend. From here on out, we will provide for you.
Well, a per diem is nice, but I won't argue. And I'll just continue on my way swiftly towards my long-term hotel.
As you continue, you can feel the awkwardness as she just appears to be staring at you. And as a result, bumps into people and makes no apologies. And even when a large kind of drunken sailor, she bumped into him and even took a kind of threatening posture, she paid him no mind and just continued to what appears to be glide across the muddy roads of Luskan.
All right. Yeah, I'd head straight to my hotel and just put together my. I guess I'll just put together everything in my long-term pack and head out back to the lobby to presumably pay my way out.
As you make your way from your room, you see her struggling to make small talk, even something as small as a business transaction. But as you make your way into the great room where she remained, without turning around, she points at you just as you come through the kind of doorway and lays down a much heavier coin purse and announces to the 4 people, but still, this is for him. He has been paid for, and he is clear of any future obligations. And she says it as if legally required and makes a point to kind of make awkward eye contact with the 4 people in the great room, almost as if putting on a show for somebody to see. Very overdramatic and abnormally loud.
And I'll just kind of chuckle to myself at the brashness. That's obviously not going to do me any favors next time I'm in this town.
If you make it back, this life will not be yours. Lady Gwendolyn has quite the reach that should you satisfy her in this request, or these potentially series of requests, a very nice job at Candlekeep will be arranged, potentially unsupervised in the archives for as long as you would like.
Well, you had my curiosity. Let's get to it.
Very well. And she, abnormally, hard, slaps her hand on your shoulder, bows her head, and begins mumbling. And sounds like a spell, incantation. And as the kind of low grumble of just vibrating vocal cords begins and audible words start to come out, it does not sound like common, and it sounds as if what you would tell a child sounds, a demonic possession sounds like. Just this deep, guttural voice that doesn't seem like it belongs to her. And as she continues and it gets loud and the great room of the tavern becomes even more awkward because now she's screaming death metal lyrics while holding your hand after screaming about paying for you. It's there's an Amber Alert going out for you, like, right after this. You feel a very warm sensation, and everything kind of turns to white. And we will cut to not a large town or a grand swath of civilization in Faerun, but a tiny, tiny village comprised of 3 families struggling with a diverted river that has led their crops to not being irrigated enough and are suffering from a potential famine. We find somebody not like the 4 human families out in the remote countryside, but large, exceptionally large, capable of potentially more work than their meager beasts of burden, giving of himself to help where he can, not grand segments of the population or anything that could be labeled as civilization as a whole, but on the true micro level, helping these 12 people. The cleric, not proselytizing, not trying to convert, simply living by providing for good people. So, go ahead and give us a description. And in this family potentially affected by famine, what would you be doing in the countryside to help them in the late afternoon?
We'll start with that. Say you said diverted river, so I mean we would probably be trying to dam up as much of the field as we can, harvest what we can, to save as much of their crops as they can, as well as planting other plots in other areas away from the water and flooding. Basall is about 8 foot tall, 450 pounds. He's, like you said, he's a giant everywhere he goes. As it is, he's pulling a cart with wooden posts that are basically, tree trunks to be driven into the ground to form a fence, to build a retaining wall to help with the water.
As you use your immense strength to do the work that it would take 5 or 6 humans minutes to do, as they hitched up oxen and leads and swung logs around using beasts of burden, you are able to help them in minutes, seconds sometimes. And these 12 people, these 3 families, have gone in the course of your day since you arrived this morning, as you wander the countryside doing various grand deeds for small people. They go from just abject worry and sorrow that they will not be able to provide for their families or potentially even earn an income from excess crops. Their moods have been lifted by this, to them, less cosmopolitan, less kind of experienced in the world. This almost monster has come out of nowhere to help them. The elder of the 3 families has been in tears most of the day, as he is unable to work due to age. But to see that his people that he takes charge of are to be taken care of, it's warmed his heart, and you've heard thank you screamed at you in the most respectful and kind and loving way almost all day. And as the people begin to kind of set back to their farmsteads, it is getting to be early evening. In this small community of exactly 12 people, you have met them all, or more likely they have met you. You were quite the curiosity and the problem solver today. And everybody wanted to come out. The children were in awe of your size. And like a certain dream-infesting monster, voiced by John Goodman, they're holding on to your legs and just think you are the biggest, neatest teddy bear they've ever seen, who's helping mom and dad, and you've been great. But as everybody kind of breaks in your very protective and charitable ways, you've managed to kind of tag all 12 people, and while they're out and about and in your periphery, you always know where they are just in case something happened. A 13th soul appears on your radar, not in the hustle and bustle of the kind of activity of the small village, but slightly off, and your senses and your physical stature, being able to see pretty far because you're tall, seems to have almost snuck up on you, or at least seemingly has appeared out of nowhere. As your sheep, in the metaphorical sense, kind of make their way back to their farms, you notice there's no movement from this 13th being, and it sits where it sits, and you get the feeling that it's expecting you, that something is here for you.
So, using the fact that I've keep tabs on the occupants of this, like you said, village, I'm going to take a moment and get everyone back towards their homes, because obviously I don't know what this is, who this is, what they want. And just once I have everyone accounted for and contained somewhere safe, I will make my way to said individual.
You don't scream, "Holy shit, we're all gonna die." Do you even acknowledge that something's out there, or do you just seem kind of motivating in the, "Hey, it's everybody get home. All right, kids, go home and wash up. You know, everything's
We're done for the day. Time to go home."
casual, nonchalant."
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no panic. There's no fear. There's no haste at all. It's just, okay, we're done. Time to move to the next thing.
And as you kind of, slowly corral the people towards their home, some of them wanting to spend time asking a million questions. The little kids, what do you eat? Things like that. The 13th being seems to not have moved. And every once in a while, when you're kind of personal radar, you can see way down above where you dam the river, a being that sticks out in this kind of dark grasslands, water, bright blonde hair, short, and most noticeably, immaculately clean white robes, just standing expectantly by the river. And with your orientation, you eventually kind of see that they aren't looking out across the river like one might, but back to the river, staring in your direction, never breaking eye contact as you walk towards them. It is so good to see you continuing these great charitable works that first brought you to the Lord's Alliance's attention, and once again shows that we are correct in being here at this time. The Lord's Alliance requires somebody of your kindness in what may be a dark time. Lady Gwendolyn, head of the Lord Alliance in particular, has tasked me with shepherding a particular group of beings such as yourself, ever kind, always willing to give, always wanting what is best for civilization and people as a whole. You do this without the recognition or reward of the Lord's Alliance. And while we do not wish to take away from the joy and satisfaction that you get from doing these, we would ask you to pull yourself away and think not about 12 lives, but about every single life in the Forgotten Realms. Can we trust you to be the one we came for?
If you say people are in need, then I'll be there.
Very well. We would need to depart immediately. I would ask that you grab whatever you need, and we will be on our way. Lady Gwendolyn is expecting us.
So I turn and begin to make my way back towards the village. Begin unloading the tools that I've brought and that I've made, leaving them there so they can utilize them. I travel light since I walk pretty much everywhere I go. The cart belongs to me. I toss my pack, my bedroll, all of that in there. The tools that are mine to keep, my smithing equipment and whatnot, go in my cart. And that's, I say, give me a few minutes to just, give me a moment to go say goodbye to everybody. And I'll be ready when you are.
And she nods and seems to kind of shift her weight back on her heels as if to say she'll wait while you take care of what you have to.
So I'm assuming it's late afternoon, early evening at this point.
Late afternoon, yeah. Starting to get a little dusky.
So I go to the families, which I assume, being such a small village, everything's kind of communal for them, and let them know that I'm being called away to go help do something else, that I have left tools and materials that we've gathered and made and prepped for the jobs they've got left, and go through, to each of the kids and the smaller family members and let them know, behave, listen, do well, and do good.
The elder, who has been in tears most of the day, watching his people able to survive the impending, what would have been an impending famine without any crops. You see him kind of reach deep into his pocket as he says goodbye, and with a kind of unsteady hand, you see a tiny little coin purse. It couldn't hold more than 3-4 gold at the most. I know this isn't much, but the lives of everybody here are worth 4 million gold. Unfortunately, I only have these 4, but I would ask that you take it.
So I will take the 4 gold pieces that he has, and put them in my coin purse, and then turn and hand that coin purse back to him. I have everything I need, and the things I don't have, I can work for. Use these to further your families.
And as you hand it back to him, once again, begins to just openly sob. One of the other kind of older ladies, presumably his wife, comes over and comforts him as she cries into her shoulder. I don't know how to thank you. You saved everybody's life in this village today, and I hope that wherever you are off to spread the good that somebody only as gentle and kind and loving as you can. I hope that they see as much progress and as much help as we've received, and that they are just as grateful as we are.
I look to him, and I thank you for that. I do as well, and I hope all of you the best, and that you not only survive but that you thrive here. And if I make my way back through here, I'll make sure to do more.
Thanks to
Be
you.
well. Be
Thanks
good.
to you, we will be here when you return. We're sure of it. Safe travels, and once again, thank you. You, and looks back, especially at some of the kids. You've saved us, and not to exaggerate, but our families will continue because of you and because of this day. I'll start digging in. You hear the clanking of spoons against bowls and everything.
Children sprinting to the table.
Yeah. And this you've seen the full range of emotion amongst this microcosm of civilization, these 12 people, varying ages of 3 different families. You've seen them go from utter despair to a sense of relief and community that, while may have been present at some point in their lives, was most definitely not this morning, and now has returned because of your actions today. As you turn out of your periphery, as it starts to get a little darker, the stark white robes stick out like a sore thumb in the impending darkness of dusk.
I've said my goodbyes. I have my supplies in my cart. Where are we going?
We must see Lady Gwendolyn. And as she does so, you notice that she's probably about 5 feet, significantly shorter than you this entire time, craning her neck entirely to speak to you. But suddenly, what appears just out of the bottom of your peripheral vision as the top of her head soon becomes her forehead, her brow line, her eyes, and eventually she is eye to eye with you. She has not grown. She simply appears to have floated up to your eye level. And this diminutive woman, compared to yourself, slaps a hand on you that the strength of your father, like an owlbear hitting you, something large. This little tiny woman slaps it, and she bows her head. She made all this effort to come up to eye level, and then looks down at her feet, way below where they usually are, and begins chanting and chanting. And as it becomes audible into this just deep, guttural, almost angry tone, and as she does so and it gets louder, you feel this sense of warmth and an overwhelming flash of white as the teleportation spell takes effect. And as everybody comes from that warm white sensation, you find yourself back to all of your senses in what appears to be a very dusty and what appears to be not very lived in, if that's a phrase. As best from this receiving room, large set of double doors in front of you, 2 7-foot tall, greenish skin humanoids stand sentry next to the doors, speaking. Around you, this impressive building, covered in cobwebs, trails of dust everywhere, only what appears to be like a path that whoever's moving about the structure has moved through the castle, kind of dislodging the dust that is settled across everything and making essentially paths from point to point all over the place. And as you all kind of appear, you see 3 other strangers, maybe, potentially. But this all kind of empathetic understanding that you have all been brought here at the same time for the same reason, though your details may be different. This feels like a big event for the Lord's Alliance to have brought you in. And the green... to everybody watching at home, I'm sorry we couldn't get the remote for the Owlbear Rodeo, our VTT up. So I'll be extra descriptive. The players will still be able to see it just to help them. And you stand, the 4 of you, with these 2 large green men. And I forgot to bring... Oh. And as you stand there kind of gathering your wits, you hear a familiar kind of awkward, hushed voice. All hail Lady Gwendolyn, head of the Lord's Alliance. The sentries pound spears down, like in unison, and as they do, the doors open into a grand reception hall, and that's where we're going to take our break before we really get into this. All right. Sorry, everybody. It's first session. It's a little slow. We got everybody's personal setup, and now this becomes a game of Dungeons and Dragons. Emphasis on at least one of those things. It is currently 8:39 on our 365th day, not consecutively, but since we first started streaming here with our brand new campaign, we'll get going. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we will be back and actually play Dungeons and Dragons. Thanks to everybody who watched, to my amazing players. Thank you so much. I know that's hard to sit through for everybody else's, but I appreciate it. Yeah, it is 8:40. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we'll see you on the other side, hopefully. Please stick around. All right, we are back from our break. We have met all of our don't think about Peach. Adventurers individually, and now collectively they have appeared in this large castle. Has anybody been to Neverwinter?
Probably.
Okay. The choice of stone in particular of Castle Neverwinter always stood out amongst the city. It was this kind of almost vanity project / monument to Dagelt Neverember, who built upon after the destruction of the city. And for those who have seen it, the stonework is one of a kind. And so from the inside, you would see that very same stonework. Everything kind of checks with those who have been to Neverwinter. It is abnormally warm for the season. Seems to be a lot of steam outside radiating off the river. And you stand in front of this great set of double doors with 2 very large, slightly green humanoids standing sentry at the doors. And then you hear the familiar voice of Harold. All hail Lady Gwendolyn, head of the Lord Alliance. And the doors swing open into a very grand receiving room. Multiple columns, 2 large chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, lighting the space. 2 large burning fires flanking this gold throne. Seated upon it is this very regal looking in appearance, dress, kind of air of confidence about them. But they're sitting like a child in a chair, a throne, in fact, sideways, feet up on the armrest, back resting against the other armrest. In front of the seated lady in gold, you see Harold, and then next to the throne, kind of making chit chat, you would hear giggling that you would hear of teenage girls, essentially, kind of giggling, and a lot of kind of, you know, not the high-minded discourse and kind of manner that you would expect in what you believe to be the receiving room of Castle Neverwinter. And the two ladies standing immediately proximate to the throne just continue to chat away as Harold stands at the top of steps, arms folded in front of her, waiting as the doors swing open and you can enter the room.
I mouth a quick hello to the two that I do know in the party, Banquo and Daemion, and kind of knowing the drill with the Lord's Lance already, I start heading in.
Okay.
So you two were summoned as well.
So Basall just takes a step in and walks through and nods at the three people that he has no clue who they are.
Twice as tall as Tes'serana.
The guards flanking the door make no effort to acknowledge you even passing, standing almost still as statues, just gazing straight out into the large receiving room. And as you make your way into this throne room, essentially, much like the rest, or at least the receiving room you appeared in, is dusty and covered in cobwebs. The only lack of uniformity of a quite significant layer of dust across the floor is what appears to be a trail of somebody who had to be the first in the room and just kicked up some dust. No effort has been made to clean up. It's cold. It seems damp. And just like the receiving room, it doesn't feel lived in as like a sentiment. This could have been anywhere, as opposed to what those of you who've been to Neverwinter know for a fact is Neverwinter Castle.
Has this been, like, out of character? Would anyone who's been here kind of know that the castle's been abandoned for a while, or that there's like a seasonal home?
Lord Neverember has died a few years back, and Tess, you especially, would know that the seat of the head of the Lord's Alliance is typically Neverwinter Castle. Also, having kept up with the kind of comings and goings, especially the powers that be at the top, you would know that Lord Neverember has passed away, and in hearing that Lady Gwendolyn is now the head of the Alliance.
I can kind of get it that this is a more recent seating.
It's been a couple of years since Lord Neverember passed.
And what season did you say it was? Sorry, I missed that.
It's fall.
Fall, okay.
My favorite.
Kind of pulls her coat a little bit tighter.
As you make your way into the into the receiving room, you notice the dust, and if you were to walk two abreast along the grand gold carpet that leads up to this throne, some of you would be walking in territory that, as best you could tell, hasn't been tread on in months to have accumulated this much dust. The kind of less than elevated discourse of the two people at the back of the elevated platform only becomes louder with the acoustics of the room, in which you notice that aside from the gold carpet that runs from the door to the throne, there is nothing in this room. No tapestries on the wall, no torches, no art, no maps, nothing. It is a throne, a rug, and this odd kind of almost like a seeing pool, Tess would recognize it as, that stands about waist high to Harold behind her, that comes into view as you make your way into the room. Anybody want to step up a little more? Kind of walked in. Lady Gwendolyn is not. She has not glanced in your direction or broken whatever conversation she's got going on.
Is it in the Lord's Alliance, is like bowing typically customary? Redundant as that sentence was, but is that customary or not so much?
Not like a king,
Okay.
but yeah, like maybe a little shoulder and head action. Not really so much at the waist.
I was gonna say, if it's customary, like that's all. Tess just does the waist
the bare
because she's
minimum.
not getting back up.
Look,
Well, it's not like a.
I look down
It's
at
not
my
an attitude
shoes,
thing.
that's
It's not an attitude thing. It's just like a. My knees aren't doing that again.
Okay. As everybody comes closer and makes their way up the gold carpet, still the beautiful blonde woman with a gold circlet atop her head makes no effort to even acknowledge your presence as she continues this inane chit-chat. And the redheaded woman, who's about 25 and also human, is actually the one to kind of stiffen up and kind of shoo the seated woman, and she kind of looks at her sternly as if to say, you know, who are you to shush me? And then she kind of snaps aware and sits up, straightens her. Ah yes, champions. Thank you for coming. This is truly a dark time. I will allow Lady Shaudra to elaborate, as she has come with this petition, and it is truly her that you will be helping. And she looks up, and the redheaded woman, very kind of stiff and rigid and almost kind of terrified of breaking some kind of protocol. Lady Gwendolyn looks at her and looks up at her, slaps her in the leg. So yeah, like, here's what happened. Anyway, sorry. I'm Lady Stargleam. I am the Justikar of Mirabar. Yes, it rhymes. Yes, I've heard it. Anyway, and she looks down at Lady Gwendolyn, and Lady Gwendolyn, I am the biggest arms dealer in the Forgotten Realms. We run armor and weapons for the Lord's Alliance out of the mines of Mirabar. Some rare metals there, and some of the most dedicated smiths and miners that all of dwarven kind has to offer. And like, I was getting worried because, you know, like the dwarves, they like to stay underground and they like to dig things up, and suddenly they refused. They stopped going into the mines. I don't know, some dwarvish superstition, something over 5 feet tall, I don't know. They stopped going into the mines. And I got with their little dwarven leader and I said, look here, Mr. Dwarf, I need you to go back in the mines. The good peoples of the Lord's Alliance are depending on your craftsmanship and your diligence. And we are granted our peace and our protection by adhering to one end of a deal. And I need you to do it. And he said, okay, Lady Stargleam, I'ma do it. And he took his people down, and they stopped coming back. Fewer and fewer every day. And eventually, until they either all deserted in the night or all perished in the mines. In my candor, I have told you that the peace of the Forgotten Realms that is provided by the Lord's Alliance depends on the minds and craftsmen of Mirabar. We, citizens of the Forgotten Realms, need to find out what happened. And that's why you're here. So, I need you to go into the mines, and I need you to find out what happened to my dwarves. Ladies, Gwendolyn. All right, that's enough.
If I might ask a question of Lady Chandra, prior to asking them to return, did you send any investigators from the Lord's Alliance to see what might have kicked up? That I've worked with dwarves; they don't typically run from the mines.
She like studies herself, and
I asked for information, not for any.
Yeah, are we the first people you've called, or is this after a long series of struggles? I'm not saying I'm not interested. I just this seems like a big.
The dwarves are a proud people, and in all of the best ways, a protective people amongst themselves. And we did not offer to go into their minds. We asked that they go into their minds, as they are theirs, and sort it out. And when he came back, he said that it had been sorted. And so they went back to work. I am not their master. I simply run one half of an organization in conjunction with what is tantamount to a small nation of dwarves that lives underground beneath the city that I market their products out of.
Thank you. That's really helpful context.
I know that I probably come off as some little bubbly girl, and how did I get here? My daddy's probably important. And she was like, before we start getting into all that, I'll ask you to look at this pool right here. And she points to this large, very ornate kind of bowl that from the outside appears gold. On the inside appears a multitude of colors of like patinaed metal, not just the green of copper, but like blues and deep oranges as they kind of make these swirling patterns. And while you look at it and it seems to be the material that it is made of, you notice that it is the metal itself that is swirling and moving. And Lady Shouder just kind of stands there and kind of wiggles her fingers and does little things. Big splash comes up. And instantly, as just water kind of sprays you in the face and you squint, as you close your eyes, every single one of you is brought back to one of your happiest childhood moments. Out of nowhere. You are very aware of where you are, who you are, what you are doing. Yet, in this odd instant, this moment, this splash of water has invoked this trip down memory lane and this nostalgia for a time that is no longer. And as you clear the kind of water from your eyes, how's your trip? Just a brief moment. Yes? Yes. I do what I do because I'm efficient, I am compassionate, and I care for peace in this land. I did not order these dwarves to the slaughter. I did not kill them. I am concerned for them, and I need to know, if not their whereabouts, then what happened. And if something is coming from those minds that deep, that is a problem for all of us.
When I was brought here, I was told I was supposed to be tracking some kind of object, but I've heard no mention of anything other than dead dwarves.
If what we believe to be true, that an entire nation of dwarves perished in their minds, their home, a place that they know better than anybody else, something may have been brought in to do it. And if we can figure out what that is, it killed minds thousands of feet deep, a place where few beings can exist because of the oppressive heat. Whatever did this had to have come from either up here or even further deeper than where the dwarves live.
I feel that you know more than you're letting on.
She looks down at Lady Gwendolyn. Lady Gwendolyn kind of gets her big girl posture on again. This is part of a much larger operation within the Lord's Alliance. And while it may overlap with others, your current task, the one that we ask of you most humbly and in recognition of great deeds done for not only the Lord's Alliance, but the people of Faerun as well, is to investigate the missing dwarves. This eradication of an entire nation of people cannot be an accident.
Could I do like an insight check or something? Just, I'm trying to get a feel for like if, you know, this is a larger operation. Is it that this has happened in other mines, or like what? I don't know, kind of what's she getting at as far as what their goals might be? Is it there's further danger, or they have bigger plans?
Okay, good. Let's see what the dice say.
Yeah. That's pretty good. That's really good.
Oh shit.
I rolled an 18 and it's only a +1, so 19.
19. despite her kind of display of power, you wonder if Lady Stargleam is kind of there enough to be part of a broader conspiracy, as opposed to just at least appear to be self-interested. This is her problem.
And Stargleam is Chandra or the other one?
Lady Stargleam is the head of Mirabar. She's the one with the relationship with the dwarves.
Yeah, Shaudra Stargleam.
Yeah. And the kind of bubbly, the at times very focused business conversation, and then the kind of bubbly thing is the kind of thing that's supposed to make you kind of, how did you get to be in charge of stuff talking like that? That kind of, 1 minute she's very focused, another minute she seems just to be off in like La La Land. That kind of inconsistency is supposed to be the... But yeah, she seems very committed to, if not entirely out of genuine concern and empathy, at least invested in finding out what it means for her, and whether she believes in the greater peace or if she's just into it for the money. She's invested. This isn't just a whatever kind of thing to her.
I just realized that's the first rule of the campaign.
Not nailed it.
I'd like to ask, has there been any other incidents there? Anything that's led up to this? This just been the first time something has happened? Have there been reports that have been ignored? I mean, I don't really care, who's to blame, or anything like that. Is there anything that we could go on of?
We have run at peak efficiency, hitting all of our manufacturing and distribution goals. I cannot speak. I don't go into the mines. But as far as what came out of the mines, it was at times exceeding our ambitious goals.
On Banquo's point, actually, the first step in troubleshooting anything is documentation. Is there a good spot when we get there that we could kind of look into, is guard shacks, anything like that?
She sighs, looks down at Lady Gwendolyn, who looks up at her. The city has since been abandoned. The fate of the dwarves has shaken the confidence of the citizenry, worry that lest they be next to succumb to the same fate. The city is empty, and it was not pretty at the end. People wanting to blame me and our clients for what has happened, and some of our rivals took advantage of our weakness, and for the most part the city is burned and razed to the ground.
Do you know who the rivals were?
Anybody? The Zentarum, the Harples, maybe. Who knows? They're crazy.
You said Harper's?
Harples, they're the family, the crazy the crazy family of wizards who do their own thing.
Got it. I was like, Harper's what?
lawful good.
Purples. Okay.
Yeah, they're a family of like eccentric wizards. Chaotic. Insert second part.
They might be a possible rival of the dwarves.
Of more of the like the kind of the company. She's analogous to Tony Stark essentially. So the not the manufacturer, but the sales part of it, the actual like inventory that has to leave the mines and travel outwardly. That if you can cut off an arms supply to your rival. So the suspects are, it's quite significant. Anybody who would benefit from a loss, if it's an economic thing, anybody that would benefit from the loss of like a flood of weapons into the market. If it's personal, anybody who would hate dwarves. If you hate the city, anybody who hates Mirabar. The list is extensive, but they took full advantage of the chaos and just torched the place, hoping that it would never rise to its glory once again, and they could either have eliminated a trouble for them or could seek to fill the vacuum created by its eradication.
And they've confirmed that this was like for lack of a better word, encompassing more races, a man-made event and not caused by the object that may have been brought into the city.
I watched them torch the city.
Oh.
It was a mob. It was a riot. It was brigands. I'm running out of words. I watched it burn. It took place over several days, and when I fled the city finally and sought Lady Gwendolyn, the city was days away from being nothing but ash.
So the task set forth for us then is to determine what's happened to these dwarves and stop it from doing any more harm.
If possible, yes. Right now, all we seek is the answer to the question, what happened to the dwarves? We do not want to overburden you. Your histories and accomplishments precede you. And being the worldly adventurers that you are, you must look around. Some of you are familiar with each other. And know that if you are here, then what we ask is of the utmost importance.
Very well.
Yeah, I recognize you won't call people like us out here for small things. That's why it's hard to imagine why what seems like it could just be a mining dispute would be something that would bring us out here.
And an entire dwarven nation unaccounted for and a city razed. That's definitely a dire situation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is it's not just some small thing like it first sounded like. So, yeah, this is serious.
Very well. We shall not remain here. I don't care for this place. It's cold, and it has too much history. I will retire to my estate in the country. Harold will make all of the arrangements, and upon finding out what happened to the dwarves, and she hands out like 4 kind of little boxes that like would slide apart, like perfectly kind of manufactured. They'd slide apart. and open them, but not too much. Just kind of look inside. A very bright light kind of radiates out, and as you kind of keep opening past what maybe not a safe level, Lady Gwendolyn, no, okay, that's enough. These allow you to act as the spirit of Harold. Open this box, set it free, let its light shine upon you, and you will be returned to this very spot. If I am not here, wait for me.
After the pool, Tes'serana's gaze had like kind of snapped to Harold before like rejoining the conversation, and it kind of, there's a very inquisitive look now every time she looks at Harold. I mean,
if there are no more questions, I wish you the best of luck. I know that you are all quite capable. That's why I summoned you. Be aware of what you may see. You have seen quite a lot and traveled very far. Prepare yourselves for whatever killed these dwarves is something none of us may have ever seen before. Okay, Shaudra, send them on their way. She kind of saunters up. All right, be careful. Let me know if there's anything left. A little finger wag, the same kind of warmth and white light of the spell that brought you here washes over you all, and you are, the process reverses itself, standing in what appears to be the road of a town. Everything is truly gone, burned to ash within this walled city. What little solid remains is rock that has been toppled over or smashed by a siege engine or worse. And the largest pile of rubble is a large white and red stone tower that appears to have been toppled over and everything smashed. In front of you appears to be one of the largest holes you have ever seen. It's about 60 feet across, about 100 feet wide. And all along from ground level, there are steps and scaffolding that just wind their way down, down, down into the darkness.
I kind of, with my good foot, or with my bad foot, so I can put the weight on the good foot, kick a rock in, like, over the stairs. Just listen.
Ooh, love a took.
It really is kind of a took.
Nothing.
All right, asked and answered.
Nothing. The hole's so large it didn't even kind of bang against the walls or hit potentially any scaffolding on its way down. Just
So
plummet.
it doesn't seem to narrow either.
What would you all like to do?
Looks like we're walking.
Yeah. Glad there's a good hand railing.
Hope they check these guardrails. This is gonna suck.
Mhm.
I will
Yeah.
give him a look like, did those hold up during the siege, or Is this ADA compliant?
It seems that the destruction very much stopped at the hole. The scaffolding is, for the most part, wood. It is exceptionally well built, befitting the reputation of a clan of craftsmen. Everything is secure, well built, well anchored, scaled to creatures larger than dwarves, for whatever the dwarves would have decided that was just. And everything's on a nice little decline, so as not to be unsafe either on the ascent or the descent, but it just slowly ramps its way and coils down. And every so often along the scaffolding, a hole will be cut out, and you can see tool marks and what would appear to be the mine portion of the mines, as they just kind of jut out every so often, but almost immediately off of scaffolding, as if the scaffolding was built around where these mining veins were found. Deeper and deeper you go, mining vein, cavern, all of it seems incredibly safe. There are no parts that seem blocked for being unsafe. None of it's blocked off or cordoned off in any kind of way. And in every kind of cave and cavern you explore, it doesn't appear as if the dwarves missed even a tiny nugget of whatever they mine down here. Everything seems picked clean. Deeper and deeper, you notice it is beginning to get very hot. It is quite crisp outside, especially in Mirabar, which butts up against the spine of the World Mountains. It's very cold in fall. It is hot. Everybody wearing heavy armor. Give me a Constitution check, please.
Should I still do that if it's mithril?
No.
Okay.
Mithril armor.
And I have an odd question. Would resistance against fire add anything to resistance against heat?
No. I see you, Forge Cleric. No. I'm gonna give you advantage on it, but yeah, I'll give you advantage on it. Do you need it?
No.
Okay.
I was just curious.
Okay. I'll give you advantage on it. It's still oppressively hot, but I'll give you, like, I've seen worse kind of an advantage roll for it. And as you make your way deeper and deeper, you have yet to see a dead body of any sort. The floors of the mines look cleaner than Neverwinter Castle. As you make your way down deeper and deeper, and even the kind of moonlight, as you look up, continuing deeper and deeper, you look up, you get a very clear shot of a recognized constellation with what once was a very large moon. But as you continue deeper and deeper, the moon just gets smaller and smaller as you continue down. And as the moonlight fades, the magical torchlight begins. They are not flame, they are not fuel, they just burn and they light up. You're probably, I don't know, if we were doing buildings, probably 60 stories deep and nothing.
So from what Chandra said, was the destruction by the, like, whatever the rivals were, that was on the surface or down below?
The surface.
Okay, gotcha.
The mines are kind of held in reverence of other people. That's not a, not a place if you don't belong. You're unfamiliar. That's their home. That even if you wanted to go down there with malice, it probably not end well. So burn the city while you can.
At a certain point, Tes'serana has kind of like shrugged her like heavy like decorative coat, and it's kind of more in like a Helga Sinclair from Atlantis kind of get up.
Nice.
Yeah, very like I'm gonna go like hit something with a wrench kind of look.
If you look over the railing to see how far the scaffolding continues, it continues into the darkness of the mine and continue on deeper and deeper, and it just gets really hot. And I'm gonna need everybody to make a Constitution check, please.
Check or save?
Check.
Natural 20.
Give me
8.
up. Ooh.
Ooh.
5.
Ooh.
Let me make
21.
sure.
What'd you get?
21.
Oh, I thought you said 1. I was like, yo. All right. So
I would.
Well, checks are
like
tough.
Yeah.
I would like to give the hang on, I have a thing. The person who rolled a 5, I'd like to use my reaction if I can to use Flash of Genius to like be like, oh, hang on, I have like this will cool you off a little bit, and you can add. Oh wait, no, sorry, it's who rolled an 8.
That was me.
Sorry, I'll add a +5 to it because I thought it was an advantage thing, but it's just a +5. So I don't know if that helps, but
So 13.
yes. All right. So, Daemion, despite your training and your exceptionally lightweight armor, the heat has become oppressive, and you now have 1 level of exhaustion.
How long have we been walking?
I don't know. It took me 30 minutes to go up 20 flights of stairs, 20 stories of stairs once, and I thought I was gonna die. Oh my god! I was carrying a cat, like it's a fire alarm in my apartment building, and we had to walk back up because we weren't all taking the elevator. Like 1,200 people in my building. We're not taking the elevator. And I had to carry a cat up like 20 stories of stairs, and I was so fucking tired. Oh my god, it was awful. Couple of hours.
Okay. So while we were walking, I would have, by this point, since we were not being rushed around by this, the start of this, and we're just kind of in the middle of these stairs bored, I'd start asking Basall and, introducing and asking Tes'serana and Daemion how they've been doing since last I saw them, however many years ago that was.
busy, very busy all the time. They don't really do that, like usually unless it's urgent, you get to stay in the inn for the night when they call you, but this is a bit of a lot.
It is definitely not normal.
So sorry, I did not introduce myself. I'm Tes'serana.
I'm Basall. I'm Basall. It's a pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Banquo, nice to meet you.
Likewise.
You likely would have noticed that since we arrived, the destruction definitely seemed to get to Daemion, and he's been very quiet.
And
But with everyone introducing themselves, he'll give a nod to the newcomer and apparently labor under the excess heat.
As you make your introductions to pass the time, does it ever become like a kind of casual, like we're going for a walk, or is it a lot of like kind of looking around as you still make your your polite hellos, but you're kind of nobody ever is really kind of looking at each other, or that kind of thing?
Oh, I would definitely be, doing the ocular pat down of the whole place, looking around, trying to see as far deep as I can, trying to see if my dark vision can pierce any of the darkness. Considering casting light spells, but holding off for now. But yeah, not looking people in the face for, human to human connections or humanoid to humanoid connections.
As ocular pat down. Okay. As you make, I was like, I want to get it right. As you make your ocular pat down, occasionally glancing over the rail to see if you can visualize it with your dark vision. Eventually, you see the scaffolding come to a very definitive end, and somewhat arbitrarily too, not even like on an edge or anything, not in front of a mining vein, but just a very definitive stop to the scaffolding. And as you kind of glance and look down even lower, give me a perception check. See if you can discern.
As I look down, I'll cast a guidance on myself as I try to peer closer. It'll be dirty 20 plus 4, 24.
Okay. And where it comes to an abrupt end, you notice, instead of this very kind of wide scaffolding of wood, a ladder at the end of one of the scaffolding that seems kind of haphazardly placed compared to how well this entire walkway was crafted for as long as you've been walking, as long as this may have taken to get this deep into the ground. While it looks like there were stages of construction, some being months, maybe years older than others, everything is well built. And then suddenly the scaffolding ends and there appears to be just this kind of rickety ladder laid up against the wall.
Don't like that.
This definitely does not seem like it belongs with what we've seen so far. Out of place.
Just going to continue down all the way to the edge?
Can I put on, what the heck are they called? Some things on my face. Eyes of minute seeing, and just, I'd kind of like to get a look at the stonework and see if this looks, bless you, if this looks like relatively new, just kind of getting up on the rock wall.
Yeah.
Okay, I get the advantage.
Go ahead.
That's a 19 for a 29.
The tool marks.
I know everything about this wall.
Swall went to film school.
It's you.
The tool marks from actually like whittling down the walls appear to be a lot sharper. In no way worn by time or anything. They seem, some of them even borderline sharp. They're still so kind of fresh and direct. And the scaffolding at the end, as you get to the end, the ladder, so you'd be walking this way, the wall is on your right as you head towards the end. The ladder is up against that and then descends down from the end of the scaffolding. And if you kind of lean over and look at where the ladder might lead, there appears to be two sections of brand or newer scaffolding with a break in them. Like there are two pieces that connect at a right angle, and in the corner where they meet is smashed out. And as you look, you can also see the first cutout of like a mining vein in a while, where the glistening of the metal still in the walls can be seen.
I kind of narrate like what I'm seeing, what I'm finding.
Oops. Sorry.
Oops.
Before we venture much further, noticing Daemion looking a little worse for wear. I'll say this heat is pretty bad. Would you like to try some Marusa Bomb? It might help you out a little bit.
I have some actually, but it's kind of expensive. I was hoping not to use it just to stave off some hot air.
I've got some healing magic, but unfortunately, I'm not really versed in restoration magic.
Upon hearing that, as if Basall is going to take a half step forward and put his hand on Daemion's shoulder, and it's okay. We're going to make it through, and all will be well. And I cast greater restoration on him.
I like this guy already.
No point in doing dangerous work when you're worn out.
I can't but agree.
In character and also very meta. You guys are definitely afraid of whatever the fuck's in here, aren't you?
Dude, exhaustion is gnarly.
Yeah.
Like, that's... You don't fuck with that.
I played a
Disadvantage
game
forever.
where it started, the block text was like, you've been walking, being chased for 4 days, you start with 2 levels of exhaustion, and you're just like, bro, we just started. Like,
Yeah, no.
I'm already in danger.
And like a con check instead of a saving throw,
That was a big surprise, yeah.
like even the hardiest among us has what, like a +4?
Yeah.
So it's all down to luck. Like the
Yeah.
die roll.
Alright, dudes get 10. All you do is get 10, that's it. So as you make your way down, Daemion, you feel refreshed. I don't know, refreshed. It's still just god awful hot. You were dripping with sweat. Sel might even kind of, is it fur or hair? Like the beard and everything.
It's coarse hair.
So like a Labrador? A poodle?
It's
Did you say-
wiry and bristly. I'm
Okay.
You named 2 breeds that have so many varying.
I don't know, man.
traits.
I have a Labrador. That's why I was like, is it like this dog? Like the one I have? Because if it is, I can relate. It's oppressively hot and damp. This deep into, like, we're bordering on like talking about the planet, not just like the land or in a hole. We've bored to, if this was a more metaphysical game, potentially another plane is how deep the layman would feel you have dug, or at least somebody has dug where you are now. And as Daemion feels refreshed, you still see the ladder kind of, like I said, very haphazardly placed. It does look well built, perhaps not by the same hands that built all this scaffolding, but it looks sturdy enough, even for the larger amongst us.
And Tess relayed all of this to us.
Yeah, it kind of got a feel for the area, but
I'm gonna step forward towards the ladder. I'll go first, make sure it's safe, and wait at the bottom.
If it can hold you, it can hold us.
Exactly.
Daemion will reach up to his shoulder for a moment and speak in a language that none of you have ever heard before. And I'll send my familiar down to take a look around at the bottom also.
That's a good call.
Which is invisible for the record.
I'll reach down and cast a guidance on Basall before he goes and wish him good luck.
Appreciated. Don't want to meet the ground too quickly.
You make your
Not
way.
the fall that'll kill you.
It's the sun
It's a
stop.
sudden stop. Yeah.
As you probably very carefully, given your size and the kind of gestures vaguely about, of the situation, you gingerly step on the ladder. It seems pretty sturdy, and slowly, step by step by step, you make your way down onto the final rack of scaffolding, clearly newer than the one you were just on. And it comes, from your perspective, straight out to a large hole where mining has been done. Scaffolding kind of runs off perpendicular to that, but a huge section of it is missing. And about 20 feet, actually, to the mine from the scaffolding. You can't really see inside, aside from the occasional glint of metal in the walls that occasionally catches some of this magical torchlight that has illuminated the entire way to probably one of the deepest places in the Forgotten Realms.
I want to make sure I heard this correctly. Came down the ladder, found the scaffolding. The scaffolding is then broken at the end.
At the end, so you're at like
so you came down, walked the scaffolding, and then it ends.
Yes,
ends the drop. Okay.
And then you can see, like I said, like a cavern, or like where they have been mining.
Okay.
And it's a 20-foot drop.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 20-foot gap between the mine and where the scaffolding is. Yeah, beyond the scaffolding, if you were to look down, it just continues deeper into the dark.
Okay. So it's like a 20-foot sideways, not a 20-foot to the bottom. Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna. Basall will take a step back from the edge, and call up to the rest of the group. It's safe here, but there's a broken section we have to find a way across.
Did the owlbear come up for you?
I have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
Oh, and where the corner is right
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm sorry. The scale is like horrendous. I'm still learning to make maps.
I can count tiles.
Okay.
Let's see how it is.
Right. You just got to zoom in real tight. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's a 20-foot gap. And then flanking the cavern are two of the magical lights that seem quite deliberately placed there in that exact location.
What?
Send my familiar over to the other side. See if there's anything of note over there.
It appears the scaffolding just appears to be anchored, as if this is the direction it would continue. The kind of gradual decline continues down this way. So by this perspective, the broken part of the other scaffolding would be the furthest they've constructed it into the mine, if that makes sense.
And it just stops.
It stops
again.
there, yes.
Can I determine if it looks like a sudden, like, blunt force broke it, or if it was like somebody hacked away at this for a bit? Like multiple tool cuts versus like just bam.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh, that's bad. 18. I rolled a 1 and an 8.
Where the actual structure like ends, at some point it stops before the 20-foot gap. At that point, everything looks to have been broken, not kind of chopped and whittled at. Like, everything seems cool, and then everything snapped.
I think something big came through here, but is there anything like above that? I can't.
Just
my investigation doesn't go out further than a foot.
The scaffolding that you were walking on above you. If you were to look up, it's nothing but just the coiling scaffolding going just in the opposite direction. You're, for the most part, always underneath the scaffolding above you.
Okay, so yeah, she's like, yeah, something big came through here, but I don't know. Oh, floor's out.
it doesn't seem like there's really anything to be gained by crossing the gap. There's really nothing over there but another abrupt end anyway.
So what's the best way forward?
I'll have the familiar scout down and see if it can find where the bottom might be, if there is one.
Is this part on Owlbear where it's like grayed out? Is that an opening, or is that?
If you were to essentially, if you make make it into in between the two lights, this will open up. It just appears dark from your perspective. It's the
stop.
It's the
Yeah,
mission.
There's a gap up there?
Yes, in between the two lights. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
I should send my familiar there.
I just realized that. Okay. So
Now you said, because you said it was like a 20-foot across to like a cave, like where they were mining.
yes.
Now,
right.
makes a
okay,
hell
see,
of a
now
lot
that
more
makes
sense.
sense.
Sorry.
Okay.
Where I drew the line for the beginning and end of the fog of war is what messed you up. But yes.
Yeah.
So your familiar is going to fly out and it's going to open up into this great cave. And unlike any of the caves and mining shafts that you've been into to this point, there are huge deposits of metal just exposed out of the earth. Unlike any that you've seen in any cavern, even the most recent ones. This one is fresh. There is still like earth from the kind of digging against the walls, that this is a very fresh, if that's a thing, mine.
And so it's about 20 feet across.
Oh no, the scaffolding was 20 feet, so that would be what, 10 to the cave entrance?
No, well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4,
30 maybe.
It's actually 25. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And is it roughly on the same level as us?
Yes.
Or
You would be
Okay.
slightly higher, as the scaffolding has a slight decline on it at all times.
I'll just walk straight out into, as though the scaffolding was still there, activating my winged boots, and I'll step across to the other side.
The other
and,
half drow does the same thing.
I'll look back and oh, you have one too?
I made them, yeah.
Oh, nice.
you have a way across, Basall.
I was just gonna
Maybe
turn
we
around
could-
and say, does anybody need me to tie a rope to something?
That was I was considering if we could jump or climb or toss.
Yeah,
I
I was
have-
actually thinking maybe we both could carry him if we can both fly.
I'm at the point where I've got about 20 pounds that I can carry of anything. Although I guess if I drop my backpack or whatever, if I basically, yeah, there's another 20, 30.
If I drop my backpack, I can carry about 61 more pounds.
I can carry about 60 total pounds if I drop my bag.
I don't think 120
Yeah,
pounds is
120
going to
pounds.
cut it.
Yeah, no.
I don't think so. Like you
But
look,
we could guide his jump, maybe.
Could even carry me.
I'm gonna reach up into my collar and pull out a small feather, and I'll say, "This is just in case." As we're starting to talk about how we're gonna get him across.
Basall takes it, but while he does that, he unshoulders his pack and pulls out a coil of rope. There ain't no way I'm making that jump. Not even, no. And so whoever's going first and offers up the rope.
I fly back over and I'm going to cast Enhance Ability with jumping is like a strength check, right?
Athletic.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm going to cast both strength on him.
Okay.
And Basall.
What does that give him?
He's got the rope, right?
I have the
Advantage
rope,
on
yeah.
strength checks and your carrying capacity doubles.
All right. I will misty step to the other side,
Bam.
and I will secure a piton into the ground on the other side.
Nice.
You have no problem. There are plenty of mining and smith tools lying about, hammers, pickaxes, all kinds of things.
I mean, I brought my own. Never leave home without it.
All right, so you managed to get your piton in. Basil, what are you gonna do? You got your rope. It seems secure if you trust Daemion's pitoning abilities. Sure.
I'm going to tie it off to the scaffolding on our end.
I'm going to use a bardic inspiration on Basall and say, we'll get you across this hole, toot sweet. Make sure you don't trip on your own feet.
Yeah, so I'm going to tie it off.
I jump into the hole.
Like, if this is gonna be a limerick game or some crap, like that.
Oh, that's how I always do inspirations as a lore bard.
So yeah, I tie my end of the rope off to the scaffolding. Just simple hitch knot that can be easily undone from the other side, and just very slowly make my way across.
Okay.
I should have just cast gaseous form on them. Oops.
We said that was
that.
that.
Like, oh yeah, that would be better.
What does bardic inspiration give me?
A D8.
If you need it.
It lasts for 10 minutes. If you don't need it, then you can hold off until for the next one.
Flat 0 for athletics with a 15.
She gave you advantage. Did you roll twice?
So flat 15 without inspiration.
Okay.
Does that make it?
You make your way across these ropes while used in emergencies. Maybe not typically plan A. And as you shimmy across ever so gingerly, ever so carefully, as the whatever happens and whatever end you meet should you fall is indeterminate at this point. And as you slowly inch along, you feel
holding up my feather.
The tension kind of slightly start to go a little loose, or not because it wasn't tied off correctly, but because the rope begins to fray under your weight. A little bit at first, a couple more strands, then a bunch more strands. And just as it is about to snap, give me an athletics or dexterity, an athletics or acrobatics, whichever one. I doubt either one of them is very good. Give me a check for one of those.
What you get for using shoddy rope, John? What the hell?
I should have got silken. I got the hemp instead.
Oh.
19.
You almost in slow motion as it snaps, as you plant your last foot to get one good jump, it snaps and your heavy, massive frame crashes into the ground, clearing the gap, almost knocking over Tess and Banquo.
This is why you don't trust children to make your ropes.
It's not a soccer ball, man.
Is that a sweatshop?
It's not a soccer ball or Nikes. Calm down.
No, he taught a kid to make a rope, and the kid gave him the rope.
But yeah, you made it.
Like necklace out of it or something.
This cavern, much like the others, is about 12 feet tall. You can see where scaffolding was rigged to raise the height of the miners to kind of carve out the size. But unlike anything else you'd seen, there is huge deposits of raw metal exposed, sometimes sticking out absurdly to wonder why it still remained, especially given how fastidious the dwarves have seemed to this point.
Does it seem like any metal I've worked with in the past?
It's a
Can I
bunch
take a
of
look?
things. But go ahead and give me. For everybody who has Smith tools who wants to know what the metal is, you can roll with advantage.
What are we rolling?
That'd be investigation or
Nature, investigation. I'll take either.
Oh,
All right, I suck at both of those.
28 on either or.
15.
24.
12.
Nothing too exotic. Just very large deposits of iron, a few of mithril, and what appear to be just the narrowest veins of some, not metal, almost like an opalescent stone.
Like maybe a gem?
I don't know enough about rocks. Is that what opal's considered?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
a
Okay.
precious gem.
Then it would it's essentially like opal, but instead of against kind of a lighter colors contrasted against a lighter kind of background, these are all very dark, with the the swirls of color.
I kind of note down what each thing is in my book and kind of like zooming in a little bit closer on the opal. Do we have time that I could gather a little bit of this? It's real. It would be pretty helpful. And if nobody complains, then I'm going to start grabbing some. With
No, I offered to mine it for you.
Sure.
Take as much as you want.
Right.
I look around and wish that I had a hammer.
Like I said, there's plenty of them
I have a
lying
hammer.
around.
I got crowbar.
Right.
I got
Yeah.
all sorts of things. Like
Yeah, I'll start. I'll
I can make
pick off a couple
I can,
of nuggets of mithril.
with this I can
What were
make
you saying?
little homunculuses.
And then I, once we've done that, I just unshoulder my pack and hold it open to everybody.
yeah, I don't know what that gemstone is, but this mithril is good shit.
Yeah.
Um,
You've got good taste.
Saying if y'all want me to tote the things, I won't even know it's in there.
Made it myself.
the magical lights that flank the entrance to this cavern seem to illuminate beyond the laws of physics. Around corners, you don't see another source of light other than these two things. But yet, if you were to kind of peek in the cavern, you would see two openings, one towards the southeast and one, for the most part, to the north. But the sources of light don't match what is illuminated in the mine. Everything appears to be lit despite not seeing a source of light. What would you all like to do?
Popping my flying boots back on for another minute. Could I try and like do the torches pop out of their sconces or however they're secured to the wall? Or are they like no, they're in there?
You can most certainly try.
What am I doing for it?
Give me an athletics, unless you want to just
Sorry.
smash it.
Uh,
Daemion's got quite the menagerie of demo equipment.
either way, it's
Oh, were you
a
looking?
0.
I cast crowbar.
Oh, that ain't even the big guns.
No, I'm terrified.
if I use the crowbar like a pry bar to try and like make it get leverage on the torch, would that make my time any easier?
I would give you advantage. Pry bar is
Oh,
it's quite the powerful, simple tool.
19 flat.
Okay.
Oh, there was a 2.
The rock that the torch or the light seems anchored to. Uh-oh. Okay, well,
He said he'd be right back.
okay, I was like, we have to move that. Is kind of soft, so you get like nice purchase underneath, and as you do, you go ahead and give me your. What'd you get? Something good.
19.
19. You get good purchase underneath, and right when you pop it, instead of like kind of flying off the wall, it just separates from the wall and doesn't fall, doesn't drop, is not affected by gravity, just kind of stays right where it was, just as far flung from the wall as you did with the pry bar.
Could I do like an Arcana check to see like, hey, this could it be like an immovable rod or something that it's made of, or like a similar
Give me an
enchantment?
Arcana check.
What do I do with Arcana? That's just a +10.
Just.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, just.
Well, it's not advantage.
Oh, excuse me, Your Majesty.
Yeah.
It's a 14. I rolled a 4.
Oh, good. See? Good. Just a
Yeah,
+10.
that's right.
Karma. It just seems... You're part wizard. Part wizard. Like fucking dog breed.
Yeah, was it-
Yes. Your arcane training would not necessarily be impressed by this. It doesn't seem to be a wonder. It's not really what is this. Much more it absolutely appears to just be an enchanted light that probably, given the circumstances of what happens if it were to fall, is just enchanted probably not to fall.
Okay, gotcha. So it's more of like, hey, we just really want these to be secure.
Yes.
If I grab it and like pull it towards me, does it move and just kind of stay where I leave it, or what's kind of its deal?
I got everybody. Nope. Hold on. Just trying to get everybody fixed here.
Sorry.
You good? Shit. No, I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
John and 90. Oh, no. I'm the DM now.
Look at me. I'm the DM now.
Oh shit.
Oh no,
No,
did it go up?
No, I am Tes'serana.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Should I-
y'all.
Boom.
I'm so
Should
confused.
I,
Here we go. We're good.
Got to get ready for some method fights, huh, Nick?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Hey,
I'm
we're
sorry,
back.
Tess. What was your question? I was fixing the.
No, you're good. If I like reach out and grab it and like try to pull it towards me, does it move and does it stay kind of where I leave it?
Yes. It is very fluid. You can move it in most directions. Just any attempt to move it like downwardly is met with a very firm resistance.
Okay, gotcha. So it won't lower its elevation, but it as long as it's level, it'll.
And you
Yeah.
could move it up if you wanted to.
But then you can't do it back down.
Yeah, I don't know if I can move it back down afterwards. So I'm like, the scientist in me is like, yeah, test it, but I don't want to lose the resource.
Forming
So yeah, I'll just-
hypothesis.
So I'll just kind of peek back in and like, I got a light.
Like I said, deep in the cavern, there are two choices. Essentially north and south.
Which one appears to change elevation?
Point.
None. This is essentially,
It's all flat.
yeah. As best you can see at this point.
Well, even.
I'm just gonna send my familiar out to scout the north path real quick and report back.
Okay.
I'll step out towards this. Like I won't step past the corner. but I'll just step closer and try to take a peek around the corner a little bit.
It doesn't. It opens up and then kind of cuts down to like a little corridor. Daemion, as you're familiar, makes its way up. It's met at essentially like the T part of a T intersection, and it could go left or right. Which direction would you like to send it?
I mean, unless it came back and asked which way to go, it would just have to make the decision on its own. So, you tell me.
Okay. It makes its way, just kind of a lazy veer to the right without having to kind of cut an acute angle back. And as it makes its way, do you see through its eyes, or does it just go out, look, come back, and communicate with you?
Yeah, it just communicates.
Okay. It comes back, communicating very excitedly, as if it had seen something.
Well, all right. It can speak to me telepathically, so
Okay.
it doesn't just have to make weird chirping noises or anything, you know.
Does it work over the distance?
Oh yeah. Like,
Okay.
I think it's
So
at least like 100 feet.
okay. So before it returned, it's gonna what's its intelligence? Like complete sentences, or is it kind of one word?
Let's find out. What is your intelligence? 11. So yeah, we're gonna go with full sentences.
Okay.
Higher than mine.
It tells about a new hole, a different hole in the wall than all of the others.
Interesting. Okay, guys. Well, seems there's something interesting up there to the right.
Do we want to take a glance to the left before we commit, or just full steam ahead, as they say?
I don't know. What are you gonna do?
I'm in it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Give me 1 second. And I'm gonna grab some of the opalescent gem that we found, about what I think is like 100 gold worth.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we already did that.
Nice.
No. I mean, I'm taking it out of the bag. And I would like to try to craft my like artificer's homunculus out of it. And hey, this might be weird because I don't know what this is. But essentially, it's like a little flying companion. And it's one of my infusions.
Yeah, the gem just forms the heart anyway. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's not a good face.
I'm so excited.
All right, so you take the dust, form it into like a condensed like
would it have to be dust, or could it be like a whole chunk?
Okay.
It's supposed to be a gem.
Okay.
So.
You want like a shard, like a chunk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it forms the heart as like this is the part that sits around the rest that forms.
What is the biggest size piece any of you have touched with your bare hand?
Of that stone?
Yes.
Nothing.
See, I haven't. Yeah, I was doing mithril.
Okay.
I wear gloves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Science.
Ignore that very alarming question that seemed to be coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, no joke.
Now I'm going to eat it.
No glove, no love.
How big of a piece are you trying to?
Could I, like, what kind of check would it be, like investigation or something, to kind of do an appraisal of it? Of like, this is what this would probably go for at market.
Because it has to be 100 gold's worth. That's why she's asking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the component basically.
Okay. Then in that case, it is. You've never seen this before. And given your extensive knowledge, you would surmise that it is quite rare. You haven't seen it in an academic setting, in a practical, in a retail setting, ever. Your big picture wisdom knowledge would say that with your given experience, this is exceedingly rare and appropriately so, exceedingly expensive. You would need about this big.
Sorry, I don't have the
But
camera up.
but the old D6.
Oh gosh.
I mean, that's pretty small for 100 gold. That's
Yeah.
oof.
Yeah, I definitely.
Stuff.
She definitely broke off like way more than she first realized that she needed,
Okay.
or way more than she needed because of didn't realize that at first. Then I'll kind of like with one of my tools, I'll break off like that much and start my infusion.
Okay.
This is very much an experiment to see what happens when you birth like a construct out of this weird thing, and how it interacts with magic.
Describe to me what this infusion, like, is it a mechanical process? Are you actually building something, or is it the magical aspect that you are essentially conjuring this it's a construct, yeah?
Yeah, give me a sec because it doesn't really give me a timeline and how long it's supposed to take.
It's because it's the kind of thing you do at the end of a long rest, typically.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, so you're not supposed to do it in the middle of the day, or I thought that it was just like that's how you determine uses. Okay, then I'll hang on to it then. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay. As you peer down to the other place to the left, the path not traveled, it, like the room you were just in, appears to be a giant mine. All the walls hewn in the exact same way, the same big pieces of exposed metal, just with no outlet other than the one way in. The path to the right leads to another kind of open chamber, big column in the middle, possibly supporting the weight of the ceiling of so much earth above you, or potentially a spot that hadn't been mined yet. Here, the tool marks and everything seem the freshest. Lots of jagged edges on the metal veins. Some even that kind of freshly exposed, not even oxidized metal, like that's how fresh it is, has been cut. And in the back, a very different cavern opening. This one appearing to come like inwardly into the cave. The walls appear to be made of a different kind of stone, appearing almost out of nowhere. And whatever it is tore this hole most likely came from the other side. Like everything appears to be pulled into it, from your perspective, pulled into the room. All of the rubble that if you were to stack it back up, that would probably cover the opening. But it's on your side of the room.
I can see what Thorn meant by a very different kind of hole.
Yeah.
Does there appear to be like blood on the ground anywhere?
Nope.
Something has burst through into the mine.
Yeah, definitely rubble on this side. Are there any tracks? Any kind of weird, like other than dwarf or like mining carts or skids or whatever they use down here? Are there any like weird animal tracks or?
Every step you have taken on the earth down here has left an impression, whether a change of moisture, compression. Every step every single one of you has taken can be seen. You could follow each other out based on your own footsteps. Not any of like whoever was working here before. Does that make sense? Except out of all the footprints that always appear to be walking towards this new cut in the wall, there appears to be one set headed in that direction that eventually disappears, probably 6 or 7 footprints. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then no more.
Into the cave? Or into the strange?
Back towards you. Like, would be coming in the opposite direction. The point of the shoe is headed towards you.
Okay.
At about 6 or 7 steps away from the debris, and then stop.
I look like up at the ceiling. I'll go ahead and I'll cast dancing lights and send 4 motes of light around just to see if there's anything on the ceiling, anything in this area.
They appear to be nothing different than any of the other mining kind of caverns throughout the complex. Just the tool marks and everything seem a lot fresher.
I'll end the spell and steadily creep forward and kind of, if I can look back at Basall and Daemion and Tes'serana, point out the tracks.
May I try and like take a peek at them with my like get real down there and see what kind of creature might have made them?
They're like boot prints.
Like dwarven? Okay.
They're boot prints.
Okay.
Give me if you just want to know dwarven or not dwarven, give me a nature check with advantage because it's pretty feast or famine. I imagine dwarf feet are pretty wide, pretty small.
The steps would be close together.
You said nature?
Yeah, with advantage.
21. I keep rolling ones. This is my second die.
It is definitely not any of the smaller folk. Gnome, halfling, even dwarf. It would be something in proportion to a human. Cell's feet are probably huge. Minotaur probably has hooves, all kinds of things. These appear to be the boot print of an average size humanoid.
What's the light level in here?
The light exists independent of Tessa's. Are you still carrying the thing with you?
Yeah, like kind of like shoulder height, or actually she's short as hell, so probably like right here.
As you've moved, you've noticed no like new illumination despite this source of light moving through the space. As lit as it is and was when you arrived, is as lit as the lantern moves.
So is that bright light or just dim light or?
It's dim light.
Dim light. And the footsteps just seem to stop. Any indication that maybe something took off in flight, or do they just?
They just
vanished?
appear. They just appear to stop. Give me an investigation check.
Okay.
Since I'm looking at that too, could I take a look?
Sure.
Make a check.
14.
Ooh, that's an 18, so 28.
With 6 steps, it's a good little distance, a good little kind of sample. Tess, you might not agree, the scientist. The stride seems perfectly normal until the last couple of steps, when it appears maybe the pressure wasn't applied in the same way, or maybe the full kind of stride of the foot all the way to the toe might not have happened.
Daemion, do you want to send your familiar down to the other cavern before we delve any deeper?
I'd be curious if these tracks maybe continue over there.
Well, we also still have that entire southern section that's yet to be explored.
Yeah.
So,
Stay attentive, though, because we may not be alone here for all we know.
Looks like something. I don't know if it took off or if it just got snatched up.
Basall is going to move forward towards the opening and see if he can discern if it was blasted, like if somebody had found a methane pocket or something to that effect, or if something had forced its way through the rock.
Nature? You good with nature?
Yeah, I'll go with it.
Okay.
$30-20.
Okay. It looks like from, if you were to stand like in the middle of it, it looks like something hit it hard and blew this out. From your perspective, standing over it, which would have been the inside of it from the other side, all the pieces of rock are very small and smashed almost to dust. And as it kind of radiates out from the middle, the shards of rock get bigger.
I'm going to call back to the rest of the group, and this is something forcing its way out. I think this is the way we go to find what we're looking for. There's not much that breaks through rock like that.
I definitely want to explore further, but
Yeah.
I think Daemion's right. We should check out these other directions first.
Okay.
See if whatever's in may have come in here.
Went elsewhere.
Yeah, if it's still around here. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Tess?
I'm sorry, I interrupted. I said it's better to get like a full picture.
Yeah. Thorn's really quick and invisible, which is nice. So should just be able to do a quick scout out and see if there's anything else that we need to investigate.
The path.
He keeps saying Thorn. Is that? It's been a while since I saw you. Is that like a friend?
Oh yeah, I'll have Thorn come back for a second and drop the invisibility, and you'll see a raven perched on my shoulder, and then another couple of seconds later it'll drop the raven form, and you'll see, my little buddy, my little pseudo dragon friend. Not that any of us know what those are.
Neat.
Winged, scaly beastie.
Can
That's a very
I,
interesting snake you've got
snake there.
Yeah.
About the size of a cat.
Does he mind being touched? Because he's very cute.
I mean, he's pretty obedient. He's just a little spirit friend of mine that I've summoned.
Manny already knows what's coming. I reach out and I boop his snoot.
I'm not sure if this counts, but as far as
It's a
She
fake
goes
boop,
full
I
polar
guess.
master on you.
Yeah, so say roll 1d4 plus 8 bludgeoning damage.
You booped too aggressively.
Honestly, yeah, don't do that because that might actually be enough to just kill it immediately. That would
Yeah.
suck.
I'm tiny. I just go like,
And then it'll take off again on its little exploratory mission, turning invisible in the air.
Okay.
Nice.
As it makes its way to the path untraveled to the south, it's going to essentially report back that it is just one solitary but closed off, like a wing of the mine, and that at no point are there any kind of untested paths or corridors to nowhere, that the only option short of the ascent back out of the mines is through this oddly cut rock in front of you.
And I'll relay basically that, we can explore if we want, but it just seems to be more of the same, a mine. Lots of rocks. You like rocks?
I do like rocks, but maybe we can save the rocks for the when we come back.
The return trip, indeed.
Yeah, I'll lead the charge.
All right.
I'll take middle.
Yeah, let's put the squishy casters in front. I like that.
Yeah, that's what I was like.
I said middle.
That's like,
Like,
are you sure?
middle behind.
Yeah.
All right.
Basall's gonna look at Banquo and be like,
All right, man.
walking metal wall. Would you like me to go first?
I'll definitely go behind Basall. Like 2 middle spots.
Basall, you're gonna be first through.
If Banquo wants me to, I mean, he took off ahead of everybody, or first in line, not ahead of
No,
everybody.
I was faking bravery. Like, all right, I'll lead the charge, but then I'll slow down and let somebody else pass me.
Oh yeah, no, you're
All right,
right. Yeah,
stress
you should
first.
go ahead of me.
Nah,
Yeah, you're
man,
gonna have to slow down a
you-
lot.
You take all the glory.
Oh,
you
well,
go.
yeah.
As you make your way through, you can see almost no debris on this side, confirming that whatever it was punched its way out from here into the room you were just in. In front of you appears to be another crudely constructed, is an oversell of what this is. While if the first one appears to be an explosion, this one appears to be dug in the purest sense. As you can see, the opening in front of you is the smallest part, as it was carved this way, coming towards you, and an odd pale blue light escapes the hole.
It's like a burrowing hole.
But not the side it was burrowed from.
Interesting. And more spooky ghost lights.
Yes, this time blue.
Blue.
Very blue.
Instead of yellow.
So the debris kind of shows that it came up out of the ground or down into the ground. I missed that.
From this where you are in this little kind of middle antechamber, it would have been blown out from about chest high into the room that you were just in.
Oh, it's coming from a wall. Okay.
The room that you're in now, going forward, that too seems to have, if we're doing perspective, would not have been dug from the side of the room that you're in now.
Okay, so it went like that.
Yeah.
And is it in the floor or the wall?
It's big enough for a person to walk through. Basall's probably gonna have to kind of jigger through, but they'll fit. But if the last one was a powerful explosion, this one seems to be like a dig of maximum efficiency. Make it big enough that whatever needs to get through can, and nothing else.
With tools or claw?
Give me an investigation check.
Based on thing. That's a natural 20 for a 30.
They were not. This hole was not hewn by any tools or any sharp instruments. Everything appears to be the finest of grain, almost into a sand, as like a grind, with occasional rocks pulled out. And your opinion, despite your better judgment, wonders if something didn't dig its way out with its literal bare hands.
A creature. I know tool work. This isn't tool work. Something wanted out by any means possible. Because you can see, like, and I kind of point to, like, the telltale signs, more or less, for them. Give them the rundown.
Who wants to be first to step into the blue light?
Thorn, go take a look-see, don't die.
You send your familiar in, and if your familiar is capable of emoting or being impressed or gasping, it does just that, as this very obvious mine carved into the deepest parts of the planet opens into what is described as a giant chapel, almost 30-foot tall ceilings, unbelievably well engineered walls, blue tile floors, large columns to support the large ceiling. And
Well, that's different.
And as it gives you, it feels free to fly. It has all of this room. It is, dodging between the columns. And while it's telepathically kind of explaining to you the size as its best, it's 11, it's pretty good. It keeps saying night sky, night sky.
Thorn found outside? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
I'm not a cartographer. Oh wait, I am. And I don't think that's accurate.
We're not in a mountain area, are we?
No, you're like you said, deep under the ground as humanly possible.
Yeah, but you
Well, you
said
can
we're
be
up
underground
against the
and,
edge
like,
of the spot of the
pretty high
world.
still.
Okay. No, you're gonna Mirabar south. It doesn't like meander like north and south. You're basically just going straight down as the mine goes. It's more of a vertical thing than a kind of horizontal spread.
And I put it in the chat just to kind of mark where I did it. But for the stream, that's investigating. Tes'serana just hands Basall a potion. Like, if we get into a fight, that's going to help.
Just drink it.
But wait, because it'll only last 10. A minute. Hang on. And, like, shuffles through her notes as I shuffle through mine.
Yeah, I don't mean drink it now. I just mean like, if we get a fight, just drink it. Don't even think about it. Just drink it.
Yeah.
Just trust me on this. You must drink this potion.
Well, it's similar to a cleric spell that helps you hit better and dodge better.
Alchemy.
Well, Thorn seems entirely too excited for there to be anything too dangerous in there.
Well, let's head on in.
Yeah.
As everybody makes their way in, you have all no doubt been in some impressive structures in your day. This would rival any of them, especially given the circumstances of where you are. This room is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Today on Counting with Manny.
Yeah.
It's
This,
like 150 or something.
yeah, this room's like
The winner of
100.
the day
This
is
room's like
you.
150 feet wide, about 300 feet deep, 30-foot tall ceilings. Who wants to look up at the ceiling?
So it's a,
Everybody.
it's a football field.
Essentially, yes. I didn't realize that when I made it, but that's what it is.
As we walk through the door, I'll hit myself with the caltrop.
What?
That's how I'm gonna say I got guidance this time. Because it's a D4.
As you walk in, and I don't know if this is impressive. I would imagine that it is, given the circumstance. You gaze around this massively constructed room. At the far end, there is a giant vault door. You see what appears to be about 100 feet from you now, on your way to the door, what appears to be a dead body laying face down. And if you looked at the ceiling, for those of you who looked up into the night sky on your initial descent down into the mine, you would notice that the constellations, the moon, the phase of the moon, the cloudiness of the night, in the ceiling is reflected exactly as if you were looking into the night sky from an unobstructed view on the surface.
Huh.
Thorn, is there a roof?
You send him up, and it's a physical thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Intelligence 11.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to stop.
Smarter than me.
It's going help me out, man. It's gonna stop short in the same way that you and I don't run into walls. Your spatial awareness becomes very acute to say that there's something here, regardless of what this looks like.
Is
All right.
there?
Yeah.
Oh,
It may look like the sky, but it's not. He says there's a ceiling there, and apparently it smells like peaches.
got him.
Gotta get up there and got a good whiff of it, huh?
I'm real tall. I can smell it.
The
Got
smell
him.
can be peaches can be a real slap in the face. That smell too.
Turn the other cheek.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you derail a DM.
So
Yes.
you see this massive vault door, it's 30 feet across, made of an amalgamation of the metals you have seen in the mines to this point. It's got that kind of shimmer of mithril, that kind of deep, looks heavy shit like iron. And all inlaid on the tile floor appears to be a very fine dust of the dark opalescent gem that you found, veins running through the walls. And then there's a dead body.
Careful not to kick that up too hard. I don't know what it does yet. And it, you don't necessarily want to breathe weird stuff in. Looking around, is there like any kind of iconography that could kind of tell what this is a chapel to?
It's just a big room. Almost, aside from the vault door and the sky ceiling, it almost looks deliberately blank. Just to exist and to be.
Basall is going to move towards the dead body, just kind of checking things out, taking my time, trying not to stir up the not opal dust.
Don't breathe this.
This isn't the back of a toilet.
There aren't five of us crammed into this stall.
Then when I get there,
What does that mean?
poor Robin. When I get there, I want to cast Speak with Dead. First, is this body intact?
It is intact.
Okay.
I think it's in a chapel, actually.
Give me the wording of Speak with Dead.
Let's see. Here. Semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse of your choice within range, allowing it to answer the questions you pose. The corpse will still have a mouth and cannot be undead. Spell fails if the corpse was the target of this spell in the last 10 days. Till the spell ends, you can ask the corpse up to 5 questions. Only knows what it knew in life, including your languages. Answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive, and the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if you are hostile, or if it recognizes you as an enemy.
Let's go. Let's do this.
Okay. So I take
I like that smile.
I absolutely I did not think that any of you would have the dead body is supposed to be the story. This idea that we're going to talk to it is exciting for me because I was like, no idea.
So I'm going to kneel down next to it and take a moment and cast Speak with Dead.
Okay. As you get close to it, it appears to be an elf dressed in very ornate plate armor that you would notice. Especially you as a forge cleric, like a repetitive pattern, like inlaid across the entire suit of plate mail.
So it's tooled. Okay.
Yes, very decoratively so. It's deliberate.
Okay, we get 5 questions. I'm going to gesture to the rest of the group here, and start with affirming what I've just done, that he has been brought back to tell us what has happened, and start with the most blatantly obvious question first. Can you tell us, or what killed you? What caused your death?
Are you standing over it, or are you kind of
No,
crouched
I'm
as best you
crouched down on one knee.
Okay.
Got him by the collar.
No, just that same monotone, even speech pattern when I told everybody, go back, time, we're done for the day. Just, hey, this is what's happened. Can you tell us that? Will you tell us this? Just as benign as someone my size can possibly be.
With your travels and your desires to help all peoples, as you get closer, this is the oldest elf you have ever seen in your life. Their very nature does not belie like an aging process. It's not old and gray, wrinkled elves. This one very much so is. And if you were to put it on an analog to a being that does show age, this would be the oldest human you've ever seen as well. The wrinkles so deep into their face, the white hair so fine, and almost like a waxy kind of borderline translucent pallor to the face. And what was the first question? Who killed you?
Who or what killed you / caused your death?
My son
Shit.
Did your son kill you directly, or was it by actions he did? Was it something he caused to happen?
He broke our tenants.
Eneant. Like
Yes.
rules.
I'll ask Basall. Maybe you should ask him. Does he know what came through here? I'm not like. I don't know.
you're. Yeah, I guess you're to the rest of the party because we have 3 more questions, and if y'all have questions, because that's
What's
What was your son's role? Who was he to something phrasing like both who he was and who he was to the community? I
right.
guess?
If there was tenants, it was some kind of order.
that's my
Yeah.
question? Is like, who is our tenants?
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's good.
Sounds very paladin.
Is something?
Oh, nothing.
I figured we will just kind of filter our questions through John.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm,
Okay.
I'm watching that. I'm watching your head turn. That's why I was like, I thought, okay, go.
Who was your son? Was he a member of an order? What was his role in this? What tenets did he break? What
That's a lot
order
of
did he belong to?
questions.
I'm trying to think of how to word it. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is your internal.
Who was your son in this? In this universal we that you mentioned.
The Dynasty Dragoon.
Does that ring any bells with any of us?
I put it in the Zoom chat for everybody to get down so they can.
Esteemed Dragoon. Does he have any marks? Like, did the body have any indication of what happened to him while this is going on? Like, while he's doing that, and Banquo would be kind of circling around, looking for clues, but still trying to keep an ear on the questions that are being asked.
The room is immaculate. No speck of dust. There appears to be maybe no place for anybody to have ever sat, anybody to have ever slept. As best you can tell, depending on your perspective, he's been in here for God knows how long, doing God knows what, with no place to sit or sleep or shit or eat. A big room, a big door, sky ceiling, and a murderer's son.
And peaches everywhere.
Millions of peaches.
Seeing Banquo kind of scouring, I kind of whisper, "Do you want me to take a look at the body?"
Who did you say that to?
Kind of to both, not trying to interrupt your attention too much, so kind of more to Banquo. Sorry.
So we got one more.
I think
Two.
How many did you get? 5?
you get 5.
So 2 more.
What tenets did your son break?
Resist the corruption.
So allowed himself to be corrupted.
Yeah.
Well, the last question seems pretty straightforward.
What's the corruption? Or
Yeah, corrupted
Yeah.
by what?
Yeah. What? So yeah, that'll be the last question. Is the corruption of what?
The relic that he stole.
Bing bong.
So, and that's all the questions I get. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So there's some sort of corruption. I have to assume either it or something associated with it is what came through here, and maybe his son was supposed to stymie it.
It might have been the sun that busted out of here.
Could have been.
Yeah. Does he look about this, like looking at his feet? Are the footprints roughly similar
Yes.
to what I?
And
Okay.
if nothing other than the fact is that he's very well like full plate armor, including that kind of piece that would go over like a leather boot with some pliability for ultimate protection, as that kind of cascades over the boot, giving a wider footprint than would be normal. It kind of matches the armor as well. Touching the ground and contributing to the impression left for the footprint.
Okay, so these are his footprints.
They could be similar
or
footprints.
Okay, gotcha. I wasn't
because
sure.
of the kind of distinct markings of the kind of armor as it comes over the leather boot. That would be part of it.
I'd like to carefully start looking over the body, like removing some armor if needed to get a better look at what took this guy down.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Let's remove the armor and check the body.
You
Yes, at least check the pockets.
the pieces of
I'll hand the armor off to you for that.
armor comes off. It's nothing elaborate other than it is exceptionally well crafted. No seams, perfect clearances, perfect allowances, everything about it. This is an unbelievably well engineered piece.
This is functional artwork
of armor. Exceptionally high functioning artwork. It's not just decorative. For those of you with your smith's tools, this is some of the best armor you've ever seen crafted. More so, you can very clearly tell it was crafted specifically for this person. This is not bought off the rack, cobbled together with various sizes to assemble this suit of armor. This was built for this individual.
Any iconography, or does it seem to have that similar like blankness?
It go ahead and give me a perception check. You can give it to me with advantage. The symbolism's pretty.
Natural 20.
Symbology.
It's you would notice it as a map of constellations visible throughout the Forgotten Realms, and not just collectively all of the constellations doodled on randomly, but as the piece moves, almost the entire star chart perfectly fabricated front and back of this suit of armor.
I want to go ahead.
Sorry, last question about the armor. What's the like heft to it? Is it like light, heavy?
It's heavy plate.
Okay. And does there appear to be any kind of enchantments, or it's just mundane? Okay.
Just impeccably crafted.
I want to stand up with the breastplate of it, which I'm assuming is clamshell style, and turn to Daemion. And like, I know this was not crafted. This was obviously crafted for this person. Is this something you can use?
It's much too heavy for me.
Okay. And who all was it in the group that was Smiths?
Everyone except me.
Everyone except you?
Yeah.
Should we take this with us to study more?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I'd love to see how that's crafted, for one
Our
thing.
charts are very interesting.
So I'm gonna unshoulder my pack and start. As long as this armor is not like 100+ pounds.
The entire suit of it would be. The breastplate.
Ow.
He's still, you know.
So it's almost twice the weight of dwarven plate.
Yes.
Because plate's like 65, so if it's
Yeah.
heavier than that, holy crap.
Yeah. I mean, it'll probably still be here when we get back. If we're gonna lug it, might as well only lug it one way.
Is there like a helmet or anything with it?
There is not. Breastplate, pauldrons, kind of the legs. Yeah. Gorget.
Does
Sorry.
What about, does he have any like marking? Not marking, like jewelry or like rings, signets, anything in his pockets?
he's an elf, but does his skin, even with like, hey, whatever decay he's gone through, does it appear to be closer to like Banquo and my skin tone, or closer to Daemion's?
Closer to Daemion's.
Okay, gotcha. Because I was thinking for a sec, like
by
straight.
by common logic, it would be a surface dwelling elf. Yeah.
Does the hairstyle look more possibly high elf, wood elf, etc.?
Yes.
Rock elf.
Ah, yes, the rock elves.
Very fine, silver, white, kind of a high ponytail, just for the kind of top part, while the back still flows out. The hair is very old and very thin, but the manner of style would probably be closer to like that kind of high elf, kind of high ponytail.
That's
I
about
never
right.
asked, what race was Harold? And the other person with like the silver hair.
Harold,
that
I
met
think
Daemion.
I'm almost positive everybody's human. Lady Gwendolyn is, Shaudra is, and I'm pretty sure.
Everyone except the green skins.
Yes, everyone except the green
were the
skin so far.
Sounds so racist.
Marvin the Martian.
What were they?
Impressive
what were the green skins?
physical specimens.
Oh, like, all right.
There is an answer to that. I don't know that you would have been able to discern it in your time there. Other than just their being physically. And plus, I was like, if you survive, maybe you'll get to go back there and you can ask them.
Huh?
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Onward.
The biggest.
If.
So,
What
yes,
remains?
I'm gonna.
What remains in this room is a bank vault, circular, 30 feet across. As you come up on it, it appears to be made of the same metal as the suit of armor that you just stole from Paladin. Just saying. Or you're about to steal. You're not carrying it because it's heavy. As you make your way to the door, the kind of combination seems to be 3 large wheels with almost nonsensical scribbling, essentially. It doesn't look like an organized language. It doesn't even look like there's a pattern or a rhyme or reason to it at all. Despite that, who's closest to the door?
I'm still
Looks
trying to figure
like
out what killed this
me.
guy.
Okay. Daemion, you're going to feel a warm draft coming from the direction of whatever is behind the door. As if there's air rushing out.
I try and narrow down what part of the door it's coming from.
You can see where it hinges, and it would be the opposite side. So the door isn't entirely shut. It's just creaked open ever so slightly.
Guys, the door is ajar.
Not a jar. It's a door.
Knew it was coming.
But yes, the door is ajar.
Before we move forward, are we done with the body?
No, Tes'serana has
can I
not
get rid of
been.
this thing?
I mean, you can continue to molest it if you like.
Well, no,
Tes'serana
was she?
didn't examine it. At all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me your
Just
medicine check
strip them.
for.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had asked for a roll or not, and I just missed it.
That'd be 14.
No obvious piercing, slashing, bruising, like it was hit by anything. But as you get the armor off, elves known for their kind of wiry, to put it crudely, frame, is ever so much more as this body looks like the body of somebody who has outlived a natural lifespan regardless of their lineage. It is barely loose, waxy skin covering the thinnest of bones that can be seen well defined under the waxy, almost translucent skin. It is a wonder how this body and this frame could support the weight of the suit of armor.
A lich.
I was gonna say like it could could I do like a religion check on him just to be like, yes, this was well, no, he wouldn't have been undead.
Right, yeah, he couldn't have been undead.
And a lich would return to his phylactery. I don't even know if my character knows all that, but like
Wizards get to metagame. I know a lot of stuff.
I have a 20 int.
Yeah. That's why I play Wizards. I was like, hey, to metagame the shit out of everything. I'm really fucking smart, y'all. It says it right there.
Yeah, is there any kind of check that I can roll to like be like, here's what this guy's deal was?
Yeah, give me another medicine check.
Hang on, I'm gonna make myself better at this somehow because I have my medicine checks a plus.
Yeah, I will. I'll cast guidance on you.
I appreciate
Since
that.
I'm over there with you.
Enhance ability is gonna stop on you because I'm gonna do it on myself for what is that, a wisdom? Yeah, I'm gonna give myself advantage on wisdom checks because
And add a D4 to it.
Yep.
So much crap to keep up with doing this.
Yeah, it's a lot more complicated than I hit thing real hard.
Hey now, don't knock my barbarians.
You
The
can't,
barbarian
he's
does
too
the
big. That'd be a 22. Thank
Okay.
you very much. Oh wait, sorry, 23. I forgot my own bonus.
Without cutting the body open and actually seeing inside, your educated scholarly guess with all of your research into various ailments and health would say that this person succumbed to old age. It's the oldest person. You're part elf or part of, I was like, you have elf in your lineage. You know what older elves look like. None of them are ever this wrinkled, this frail, or with this kind of waxy pallor. Elves are, glam to the end, son. They're pretty on their way out the door. And then coupled with the removing of the armor and seeing that the frame that supported this heavy armor, even Basall's having not hard time with, but their strength to move, the breastplate around where others would struggle. You wonder how they supported this suit of armor.
Um, have I seen the kind of frailty that he appears to have before? And perhaps somebody that I know.
It would be the essential of the ghost of Christmas future that you fear. That this is what it could devolve into.
But he's not a drow. Okay. There's some kind of disease tied to him, but I don't know if it's what killed him. That's okay. Sorry, I have a lot of things to think about, and I'm very glad that I'm here. And just like starts writing a lot in her notes.
Basall is going to look at you. Are you done with your examination of him?
I might want a longer examination when we leave, and for scientific reasons, maybe to bring him with us.
Is his body in condition for me to move? That's to you and Manny. Like I can pull out I've got my bedroll. I can lay out a blanket and move him to it and pull him across the room instead of trying to tote him.
Grab him by the foot.
Right.
He probably wouldn't seem like he's like falling apart, like crumbling.
Yeah.
I would think.
Put him in a funny position.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull him over behind one of the pillars
Okay.
and just lay him flat. So he's not in a weird, awkward position. So like that way he's easier for us to move around to examine when we come back. And I'm gonna set the armor to the side over against the wall, out of the way, just that way. If for some reason we have to make a sudden escape from this door that is slightly ajar, we're not tripping over a dead body in gear.
Fair.
We're preserving the body for later examination.
And
All right.
if you see anyone else who looks like way too old to be what they are and wrinkly as hell, sometimes weird eye color for the race, please let me know. I can give more information on it if you want, but that's kind of a longer discussion.
Could you put that in the chat so I can remember it?
Yeah. Discord.
Don't worry about it now.
Okay.
Sorry. I just know I'm going to forget about that. So, how do y'all want to do this? 10-foot pole? I didn't bring one.
What, for opening the door?
Yeah. I think we should just pop it open and see what's behind it, or try to creep through. I don't think we're going to be able to get it open stealthily.
No. How far open is the door cracked? Like, is it getting my fingertips in it, or is it I can put my shoulder against the wall and open it?
You could probably, like, kind of work your fingers into enough of a gap to get, like, a grip on it.
It's all right. I have a crowbar.
Okay, exactly. Yeah, I do too. So yeah, take the crowbar, and I want to pry it. But I want to open it. I want to position myself in such a way that if something comes rushing out the door as I open it, that it hits me and hopefully stops there.
Okay.
Hopefully being the operative word there.
Can I open my birthday present now?
Yes,
Okay.
Go for it. Paper, rip it up.
This is my birthday present to myself. Everybody watching at home, I'm sorry our owlbear didn't work. their reactions are going to be everything, and so I'm gonna set the scene, and then I'm gonna unclick the thing.
Oh shit! It's Cthulhu.
So as the door opens, and for something this size and this weight, to ask that the hinges move perfectly smooth without like a creak or like so much as like even a hesitation is unbelievably impressive. The door opens that aside from its weight of moving it, there's no effort of friction against the hinges. It is an unbelievably well-crafted door. Inside, the same blue light as the rest of this recent structure, the orangish glow of exposed molten rock, the glimmer of gold coins, the light of the night's sky. An intense amount of heat escapes this room like you open the oven door, and at the far end of the room appears a very large altar. With about 60 dragon eggs laying on top of piles of gold.
Is there anything on the altar right now?
Holy shit.
There is
So many conflicting emotions.
There is what appears to be a veil. Very, very fine chain link of lead that is very kind of malleable and like form-fitting. Very fine sheet of chainmail, but made of lead. On the pedestal, there is a very clear indentation that is not filled. And it's it's 80 dragon eggs. Sorry. It's 16 by 5 piles.
5, yeah.
It's 80 large eggs. Sorry if I spoiled the surprise. Sitting atop these 5 separate piles of gold and gems and just randomly placed piles of treasure. On the far end of the wall, you will notice a map carved into the wall. The map shows the entirety of Faerun with X's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locations scattered about the map. One of them being the approximation of where Luskin would be.
Name of the city?
The one in the upper northwest corner, that's Luskin.
Okay.
And then there's all of these other ones scattered about Faerun. We'll come back to that. Let's go back to the...
I'm going to take a quick second away. I'll be right back.
So you see these dragon eggs, this wall carved map made of stone of the same material that the entire chapel structure is made of. This this altar maybe with a clear indentation of something that once probably rested there but no longer, and next to it a very fine sheet of lead chainmail that can be almost woven like a fabric.
So almost like the anti-cut glove, like the shark bite glove.
Yes, but just a square piece, not like kind of shaped into anything, like you would drape over something.
I'll start stepping forward, fascinated by what the hell these giant eggs are.
Okay.
Yeah, what could possibly lay eggs this big?
Rask.
As you step into the room, you see these exposed fissures of molten rock that at some point you were bound to hit parts where physical changes to the planet occur. You have dug so deep. These fissures allow this room to be the hottest of any that you have been in. It is sweltering in here, and if nothing else, it's stuffy as shit. No airflow, no nothing. This room is just a big, hot box.
Let me know if it gets to the point where it's unbearable.
Things I'm going to do in 30 minutes for 200, Alex.
Can we maybe push the vault open, let it cool down a little bit more, but I don't know that it'll make much difference.
What would you all like to do, having stepped into this room with these ridiculously large eggs resting atop piles of gold?
How tall is this room?
30 feet. Also with the ceiling the same as the other room, the night sky.
Man, I definitely got to check out that altar, because that's like the only thing in here that might lend some fucking...
Yeah. I'm gonna kick the boots of the winged boots so that I can just kind of be over the magma.
Same.
And I want to look at the slot and see if I can figure out like what was there, if it's shaped to the slot, or if there's like dust where it was, or lack thereof. I mean.
And I'm moving straight to an egg.
Okay.
I'll cast guidance on Daemion as he goes to investigate that, and I'll come over here and look at these eggs.
Okay.
Carry on.
For those who look at the altar, it's made of the same metal as the armor and the vault door. And in it appears to be like a cup where something spherical would go. And like everything else you've seen since your descent into the mines began, this too is perfectly crafted. It is a perfect half sphere, as if something once rested in here, and then next to it is the veil of lead.
Maybe this is where that relic was supposed to be.
That was exactly what I was thinking. So we're looking for something like, is it like the size of a fist or a little bit smaller?
I was trying to work this out last night. I would say probably like a bowling ball. Could easily fit in the... You take the weight out of it. Could easily fit in one single hand of most humanoid creatures.
So definitely not put the egg on them.
And spherical.
We know probably the size of what we're looking for. Like if... Okay, here's my thought. This corrupted. I kind of have to wonder if what happened to him was... Well, hang on, if it's new, then that's... I could break the whole thing. Sorry, tangents. So, if the relic might have caused what happened to him, it going missing and that corruption definitely caused what happened to the dwarves, right?
Most likely. I mean, there's this very heavy veil and this altar of sorts. They seem to treat whatever it was with respect, but also they were clearly afraid of it at some level.
It's a big door.
Like you had
Big
to
door with a
resist
big
the
lock.
corruption. It wasn't like something got corrupted, he was supposed to resist corruption to the point if that was like a rule of the order, whatever it was. So it was consistently corrupted, right?
Probably the source. But we don't have a lot to go on.
I'll go around the room kind of examining the piles of treasure. I've done my share of dungeon delving enough not to just immediately touch anything. But, you know, I'll look with my eyes, not my hands.
Give me an investigation check.
It's a good thing my familiar is not a monkey, or we'd all be doomed.
Yeah. 18.
Oh,
You
took me
see
a sec.
coins from all parts of Faerun, no matter how far, no matter how foreign. They are made up of quite the extensive collection of coinage.
Is there any kind of symbols on the walls? Any kind of iconography anywhere in here?
Just the map on the wall behind the altar.
I'll pull out a piece of paper and a pen and kind of try to take notes so I can recreate the map later.
I was about to say, dude, you're a cartographer.
I am a
I mean-
cartographer.
Do you
It's too
have a
big.
map
It's
on
too
you?
big to
'Cause you
just do
could
the rub, though. Sorry.
Do you have a map on you that you could just X where the X's are on this map?
Yeah, but it's my good map. I don't want to write on it.
All right, I guess. Yeah, fair.
You have a
Tes'serana
piece
can
of
relate.
blank parchment.
Okay, would it be fair
That's
to
what I'm saying. I'm writing down notes so that I can put these X's down later.
Manny, because this isn't something I consider, would it be fair to assume that since I walked everywhere, I have a map? Even if it's just a rudimentary one
Sure.
for Faerun? Okay. Then I'm going to pull that out and hand it to Paco.
Okay.
All right, that'll work.
I hadn't even considered I carried a map.
Tess, you wanted to see if there was anything on the altar?
Yeah, I had kind of been looking at the altar because
Okay.
that was my first thought, was like, this is definitely where something went missing from. This is whatever corrupted was her first, like, aha. Very, like, Pepe Sylvia eyes as she's, like, writing all her notes, too.
This metal table is free of dust, any debris, any bits of anything. It's a kind of deep, not very brilliant and shiny metal. It's like a cobalt, just kind of deep, cold color. And at the edge of the bowl in the altar, you see a sparkly, multicolored, opalescent dust kind of lining just where something might meet and potentially rub up against the metal the table is constructed of.
Trying to figure out how to phrase this. Does it look like the dust, like that's on the bowl itself? Does it look like it could have fallen in after the thing was removed, or like it was already there?
It's
Before the thing
not
was removed.
so much on the inside, like the kind of this part of the bowl. It would be
Okay.
right where the edge of it meets the table.
Okay, so it was like somebody maybe spilled over, and then the orb was picked up, kind of.
There's none inside the bowl.
And so I'm assuming it doesn't like trail out any particular path.
It's only noticeable in the stark contrast to the kind of deep color of the metal that you just get these kind of like little flecks of brilliant color.
Okay.
Basall, what do you want to do about the egg?
Sit on it.
How big? You said they're big eggs, but how big is one of these eggs?
I believe they are. Hold on.
We're talking like ostrich egg, or are we going bigger than that?
Size of a toddler.
They look like a space.
Is it bigger than a peach?
It is way bigger than a peach. They big enough to put any single one of you into easily. Basall, maybe if you really like tucked down and made yourself as small as possible, you could fit inside one.
Okay. Big.
Very big.
Yeah, kind of almost a shorter phone booth.
It's not happenstance they each
If
take
they're
up a 5
creatures,
foot
they're
tile.
medium.
A large mini fridge. Americans will use anything except the fucking metric system.
Yeah.
Like a mini fridge.
Twice the
Sorry,
size
I
of
missed
Texas.
A large mini fridge.
I have one of those.
that. A large boulder the size of a small boulder.
Yes. Yes. A hole the size of a large sinkhole opened up.
Is there any kind of? I mean, so obviously we have no clue what these are. We just know they're eggs. Is it obvious that they're a natural egg, or do they look like stone or something?
Any
Decorative.
texture?
Right,
They
texture.
have a kind of lizard-like scaled texture. That you would use if you were to make something this shape out of a bunch of little panels. You'd eventually have to kind of stagger them so there'd be jagged edges, but they're very well done. It looks like the scale of a lizard. They're pretty large. They look like immaculate. They're not kind of splotchy or prone to little bits of discoloration. They are a perfectly scaled egg. And
What
okay.
color?
These are white. Like
The ones he's specifically looking at, or all of them?
all of them. Like an eggshell white. Not like a.
But
Innate color of eggshell white.
It's that color for a reason. And what do you want to do with it?
I really want to take it with us.
sit on it. Catch this baby.
Crack it open and see what's
Right.
inside.
As someone who literally walks everywhere and is out in nature, this is not something I've ever seen, not something I've ever heard of. And like curiosity, I want to know what this is. I want to know if somebody knows what this is. I want to find out. And the only way to, make anyone believe we found this is to look what I got.
We've talked a little bit about like essentially a lot of the legends that used to be like Tes'serana's belief, along with some like academic friends, is that like a lot of the mythology that follows from like a couple thousand years ago should actually be tied to like mythology of lizard folk. Is there anything that like talks about like, eggs tied to those gods?
If we're doing into like an anthropological study of lizard folk culture, nothing about them would kind of indicate the collection of treasure.
Okay.
Also, the dwelling deep within the ground is probably also kind of not their traditional kind of societal.
You need swamps.
High elves too, like don't really. Things are weird here.
So while Basall's looking at the eggs, Banquo, Tess, and Daemion, what are you doing?
I'd like to get a closer look at that veil and just kind of see, like, goggles out, what kind of arcane energies might be tied to it. Like, what's this thing's deal? What does it do? Without like touching it yet.
Okay.
Because cursed shit exists.
As you kind of step up, Daemion, what are you doing?
I was investigating, but I'm not very good at it. So I think I'm gonna let her.
I'm just kind of
I'm gonna
looking
let Tess do it.
around, looking busy. Banquo, what are you doing?
There's nothing to read, damn it.
You still making your map?
Yeah, probably. He'll also be kind of like searching around the altar, seeing if there's anything hidden. And if nothing there, maybe he'll like take a casual stroll around the room while everybody else detects magic or whatever they're doing. Just looking for anything hidden.
Hey, I used detect magic, by the way. I forgot that I had that. At least as a ritual, if possible, if we're going to spend
None.
some time here.
None.
Oh.
No magic, no secrets.
And as everybody seems kind of distracted, who's got the highest passive perception?
21.
16.
Ditto.
I don't see shit unless I'm
21.
away from it.
Okay.
I mean, 16 isn't even bad. It's just like when you've got somebody who's over 20, it's like, what's the point?
I'm just gonna zone out. Let me know if you see anything. As everybody seems distracted by whatever has piqued their interest in the room, Banquo, you're gonna hear the kind of cascading of coins as they would slide, from a mound. If something was to shift and they were to slide down, just the sound of coins sliding.
Like an egg.
Like coins sliding.
Mm-hmm.
And
Big points.
as you kind of turn, it will be this where it comes from. You notice one of the eggs seems to have shifted and slid like a rock would with an avalanche. And just as you determine kind of what happened, you hear the coins and kind of look, and you see this kind of just shift and slide a little bit. You hear it again, this time louder. Everybody else kind of realizes that something is afoot. And before too long, the sounds of coins cascading about fill the room. And once they settle, the sound of subtle cracking starts to fill the room from multiple sources, locations. And on that note, that's where we will end it tonight.
Oh shit.
I almost didn't let you go into the vault just to let you like wonder what it was going to be for another week, and then I was like, no, watching your all's reactions when you get to see what's in the vault is my birthday present to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, Red, some interesting things going on here.
Yeah.
Sorry we kept you guys a little long. Like I said, I'm sorry. I wanted the eggs cracking to be the big kind of definitive thing. If it wasn't going to be me not letting you through the door. So yeah, first episode of Dynasty of Dragons in the books. The party seems to have discovered a dragon hatchery inside of a vault buried deep within the mines of Mirabar. And maybe next week some of them will hatch. Next week some of them are going to hatch. So, real quick, yeah, so I hope everybody enjoyed the first episode. I'm sorry to everybody watching who didn't get to see everything on the owlbear. My computer's very frustrating, and it sucks. Like I said, we'll screenshot everybody's reaction because it was pretty much across the board, and it was great. I can't wait. You have met these people in these new characters. We saw them quite often last year. They're great. I appreciate them. That's why they're here. Go around. You've met their characters in their interesting new environment. Behind these great characters are even better people. We'll go around the horn real quick, and then we'll do a little channel business, and then we will get out of here because I've kept everybody long enough. Let's start with who just wants to go first.
Got it.
Sure.
There you go.
My name is Nick. I've been hanging out on this channel and server for, I don't know, like 9 months now, 10 months, something like that. Done tons of one-shots here with Manny. Finally getting into one of his campaigns. I've seen several episodes of it that he's put up on the stream or on YouTube, and I've always wanted to get in and do more than just a one-shot, build a character that lasts for a while, and so I'm very honored to finally get that opportunity.
Awesome. I'm glad you're here, buddy. I love you. Thank you for being here. Let us go Let us go with the compassionate, kind soul who I imagine is going to be called upon very soon to be more than kind and compassionate.
Don't forget that potion, by the way.
John, tell us about yourself.
Like Nick, I've been here playing one shots. I started however long ago Celestial War was. Don't even know at this point. It's my first chance to play in a recurring with y'all. Was it summer? I don't know. Yeah. So, it's over 6 months. Had the chance to jump in this one, and I am definitely not disappointed. Playing something I haven't touched a cleric since Pathfinder, so complete new ball game for me. And I was intrigued by the idea of this character. But damn it, Manny, the intro you gave me, I am invested, like heavily invested in this. See, I mean, that's and Jesus, 16 odd some years of gaming. I've been invested in characters, but this one is the story you've handed us. This is going to be amazing. You know,
we'll see how,
this is why I stuck around.
We'll see how you feel an hour into next week's. Maybe I might be a bastard by then.
Oh, I've already got a plan.
We'll see.
We're gonna die. It won't take an hour.
We might do like a war of attrition kind of a thing. Just watch you agonize while I sit here.
He said campaign. He meant 2-shot.
Yeah.
Awesome, buddy. I'm glad to have you. You were the last one in, and then we had our recent drop, and we miss our friend Lois. But I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're part of this chaos crew of God knows what. That next week I get to shut up and let you do stuff, and then I'm sure my smirk and my hilarity at the Dragon Hatchery will not be as entertaining as Team Fuck Around becomes Team Find Out.
Well, I'm just going to say, I deserve a baby dragon. I didn't even draw my mace or shield this entire session. I deserve a baby dragon. He had
his hands in his pockets the whole time.
So did any one of us pull a weapon?
Yeah, but for me, that's saying something.
I'm going to do Clint Eastwood's line from Unforgiven. Deserve ain't got nothing to do with it. Daemion, our kind of intrepid explorer with his mystery familiar, tell us about Raz.
Yeah, like Nick, it's been, getting close to a year now, I swear, of just one-shots here and there more and more frequently as we moved on and started becoming a more regular part of the show, and now I'm part of a regular show every week. That's exciting to know that every Wednesday I got something to do. That's cool. And it's got dragons. Yeah. I was not expecting
not yet.
80.
Not yet. But
80 might be a little much.
It will. Baby's a relative term.
You said 80.
Oh, 80. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's quite a bit. Copy and paste, making the rows of 16 became my friends, and then we just moved 5 piles of 16 eggs together.
Yeah, it's like what they say, it went from 0 to 80 real fucking quick.
Yeah. I've been to a commercial chicken farm. I imagine the principle's kind of the same. Space efficiency, keep them jamming in there. Buddy, I'm glad to have you. Like I said, part of this was so I could keep you guys around so nobody would cheat on me with another DM and possibly wander off. So I've locked you all down, and I'm glad that I did. Let us finish up with our very inquisitive and very intrigued by the dust, at least.
I have so many questions, and I know the answer to one of them, but I don't know what the answer actually is. I just know that you're doing crimes. You're doing crimes to me, and I handed you the murder weapon. I am Robin.
It do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes. It do be like that every time. I just hand my DMs rocks to throw at me. I'm like, here you go. This is a one-shot, but just murder me real quick. Yeah, Bardlock Cafe on anything that, any social media that I'm on. I am playing neither a bard or a lock this time around. But I've been playing with GrowedUpGeek for. I also started in September with Celestia and was lurking for a couple months before that. So glad I took a chance on saying like, hey, I like Calimbor for Celestia. And yeah, I don't know why this buffoon decided he wanted to have more of my goblin shit, but here we are.
Did you not see the dragon hatchery I just threw at you? Like everything you have done for me, or to me, not for me. Let's be real. Everything you have done to me just came back. Like I finally counterspelled it all with this. So it may take me a couple of months, but eventually I will burst in a violent outrage of map making and monster encounter design. So
that's another one for the list.
So just keep that in mind.
All right, let's see what you got.
All right. Woo-hoo. Okay. Careful. That has been our great player. Like I said, first session of our second year of our third campaign, of our first campaign on Wednesday. I am so thankful to have had them. They are great. This first episode, I know I spoke a lot. It's how it goes for the first, but like I said, we're about to get really into this, and we ended on this spot particularly for them to be able to just have to deal with a week of going, what the fuck are we going to do? And yeah, so I'm Manny at GrowedUpGeek on all your social medias. I've been your host and Dungeon Master tonight and for the last year. This has been an unbelievably rewarding and incredibly fun endeavor that we have undertaken here, and we couldn't be anywhere without everybody who's been a part of it, DMs, players, anybody who just even hangs out in our Discord. We appreciate you. We wouldn't have made it this year without you, and we've started the second year with what I believe to be quite a bang. I hope everybody agrees. That's going to be it for us tonight. We are all exhausted. We will be back Tuesday evening, 7 p.m. For episode 6 of Eberron Tranquility's Twilight. And join us back here next Wednesday, 7 p.m. We'll try to be closer to 7, but we're always late. For episode 2 of Dynasty of Dragons. And we'll see you next week. Thanks for watching. Happy birthday. Thank you to everybody who made this one last year. Great. I owe you all, and I hope to see you soon. I love Dungeons & Dragons and the people who play it. And we'll see everybody next week. Bye-bye.